Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the October 30th, 2025 meeting of the Baltimore City Planning Commission, meeting number 2080. I'm the Commission Chair, John Laria. Seated next to me is our Planning Director, Tim Keene, also Executive Secretary of the Commission. I'd ask the staff, please, to call the roll. Mr. Tissot?
Commissioner Allen is present online. Councilmember Bullock? Present. Christine Griffin?
Present.
Claudia Jolin?
Present.
Doug McCoach?
Present.
Eric Stevenson?
Present.
John Laria?
Present.
Talib Horn was previously excused, and we're just waiting for the mayor's rep.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a quorum. Everybody's present. We'll continue. Commissioners, we have the minutes from the October 9th, 2025 meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes, please?
Move to approve the minutes.
Moved by the councilman. Second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jolin. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Minutes are approved. We'll now turn to consent agenda items. The first item are the CIP transfers. Sarah Paranilum is going to come up. We are following our usual protocol that we don't comment on those which are noted as consistent with the CIP, but those that are not consistent with the CIP, we ask staff to explain. Not consistent with the CIP is not a pejorative. It just means that the decision's been made to move something from one place to another, but I think it's always worth a little bit of an explanation. So, Ms. Paranilum, if you could just do that for us, please.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, Sarah Parnillum, Division Chief for Policy and Data Analysis. The first transfer is a transfer from Druid Hill Park Community Center to a project for playground improvements. The Druid Hill Park Community Center project is not moving forward at this time. That was a plan for office space in the former Reptile House. And so the funds that had been previously budgeted for that are available for playground improvements.
If there are questions, since they're topical, let's ask them along the way. Here, Mr. McCoach.
I was just curious how far along the this sort of substitute facility for the recreation center would be. I mean, if we're talking about recommending that it go as part of a mixed-use project.
This is Michael? Yeah.
Yeah. How far along, do we have any idea of the status of that project? Is that even likely to occur this year?
Are you talking about Bentlow, or are you talking about the?
Sorry, I'm talking about Bentlow. I'm
Okay.
ahead, yeah.
Yep.
That's the next one.
So for the next transfer.
I'm sorry.
So
Commissioner,
I have
do you have
no
a
reptile.
question? Oh, I got you, Mr. Vice Chair.
On the reptile house, is anything being done from a preservation standpoint in terms of like stabilizing the building? There was, the building's in disrepair. There was a plan to repurpose it. In the absence of that, I hope that it wouldn't just decay further.
So we do have the Chief of Capital Planning for Recreation and Parks here. He's here for the next item on Bentlow Recreation Center, but we can see if he can speak to that. If I can put him on the spot.
Hello.
All right.
For the record, you are?
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Borman, Chief of Capital Development, Baltimore City Rec and Parks.
I think you heard the question from the Vice Chair regarding the reptile house.
What is our intentions?
I guess understanding that the decision has been made to shift priorities, is anything being done just to stabilize the reptile house and make sure that it's not, decaying further until such time that we can make future investment?
Yeah, so at this point in time, the building is secure. It is kind of barricaded up, if you will. We have not made any additional investments into the roof or exterior or any kind of weatherproofing of that nature. We've been kind of pursuing this project for a number of years now. At one point, we had bid it out. It came in like $1.5 million over our budget. We've been kind of toying with what it really wants to be. And then speaking with administration, the idea of additional offices and things of that nature was not desirable. So at this point in time, the agency is recognizing some other priorities and other needs and is kind of disinvesting from this project. The question now is whether or not we pursue demolition of the building or figure out an ultimate better use.
You know, I mentioned preservation. To me, it's a historically significant building. Too often, the conversations around demolition become foregone conclusions because we haven't, you know, made stabilization efforts or et cetera. So I'm obviously not into the details of the project cost, but I just hope that's being considered.
Yes.
That was all for me.
That's it right there.
It would be, it'd be great if we could be kept apprised, at least so that we just know what's going on with that. It's obviously a topic of some concern. No one's suggesting that you shouldn't move the money, I don't think, and no one is suggesting that you might, you know, ultimately you might have to do something unexpected with the reptile house, but there's at least some concern about it because of its stature. So if you could just keep the department and they can keep the commission apprised, that would be great.
And I believe any demolition would go through CHAP, right? So, so we'll come back to the Commission for Historic and Architectural Preservation, as well as keeping the Planning Commission apprised of what.
So it would go to CHAP, for sure? Okay. Yeah,
Public
well, that-
properties would go to CHAP for review for demolition.
Well, that to me is an adequate safeguard, since I think CHAP, you know, it's CHAP's responsibility, but it would be useful for us to know. So thank you. Okay, let's go to the next one, please.
So the next one is a transfer from Recreation and Parks unallocated reserve of federal funds for Bentlow Recreation Center replacement. The Department of Housing and Community Development has been partnering with the Department of Recreation and Parks to use community development block grants to support priorities that are in the vacancy reduction priority geographies. And so one of those is Bentlow Recreation Center replacement. So this is funds for design of the recreation center. Staff does recommend caution related to this transfer, just because at this time there are funds identified for design, but there are not funds identified for construction. And this is something that we have been trying to be very cautious about. And so wanted to raise that caution with the commission as this transfer is before you.
I guess I probably should point out the ambiguity in that. I mean, are you suggesting that we don't approve it, or are you suggesting we should bring Mr. Borman back up here and ask him some questions? I mean, what, because it's not a typical sort of recommendation regarding a CIP item.
Yeah, I think asking some more questions from Recreation and Parks and Housing and Community Development about what the plans are for construction. So one thing that the department recommended is the potential for a public-private partnership with the idea that a recreation center could be part of a transit-oriented development, in this part of town that's right near the MARC station. But in order to do that, you might proceed in a different path. So you might not have, the city procuring design for a standalone building. You might be working with a developer and, proceeding along a different path. So asking some of those questions to make sure that we're not setting expectations by proceeding with the design that we're not going to be able to deliver on as a city.
Mr. Borman. Oh, sorry, I thought you were still there. I think you've heard the discussion, so comments from BCRP's perspective?
Yeah, so this project, first of all, aligns with what is going to be coming out of our comprehensive plan, better known as the playbook. This comprehensive plan in general is something that the director and I would like to bring to the commission coming up and just kind of walk you through what it entails. But in this regards, it calls for a new Bentlow Recreation Center in the site. This is a surplus school facility that DHCD is pursuing core funding to demolish. So ultimately, it's what happens with the site within the greater context. But at this point in time, I'm here to say that our comprehensive plan supports this approach. We have buy-in from Senator Hayes as well as administration as well.
This approach meaning the demolition, you say there's separate money being requested elsewhere for demolition of the existing structure?
Yes.
And the question is, what's next?
Core funding.
And when you say you have support from those you mentioned, that's to do what exactly?
To pursue ultimately construction of a new facility in this location.
And I mean, we don't normally talk about BCRP and transit-oriented development in the same sentence. Maybe we should. But thoughts about that integration? I mean, is that something that you've been discussing with planning or otherwise?
We've had preliminary discussions with the HCD. Admittedly, that is not my strong suit. But we understand that record centers can really be like a centerpiece to all kinds of different development and revitalization of communities. So the synthesis there, it seems real and seems like a real opportunity.
Okay, I may have some more things to say, but I'd like to turn to my colleagues. Councilman?
Excuse me, yes, I'll jump in as well. Obviously, this is a community project or something in the community that folks have been asking for a number of years. Again, it's been an underutilized area, bit of a recreation desert to some degree. At the same time, as you mentioned, Sarah, the transit piece, again, you have the proximity to West Baltimore MARC Station. You also have what's going on in terms of the Frederick Douglass Tunnel replacement project, so I can understand some of the rationale around that. But again, it's also close to Mary Ann Winterling Elementary. So again, it's right in the midst of a public school building. So I can see the potential there and the desire to move forward. So thank you.
Did someone else? Mr. McCoach?
Thank you. Two questions. The first is, I recall when you came and presented to us for the CIP, you had a really aggressive schedule of, I thought, of really positive projects, 4 or 5. Was the Benelux project one of those?
Yeah. Yeah, that would.
There was a request submitted for design for Bentlow Recreation Center, but not a request submitted for construction, and
Right.
the Planning Commission did not recommend funding for design at that time.
Okay. And the other, it seems like you're in an environment with a lot of moving parts, right? HCD's got to figure out what they want to do. Is this really, I mean, within the next 12 months, are you really likely to start design? You don't even know what the site, the site configuration will be. So I guess you're just trying to bank the funds and have them accessible, or what's the purpose of requesting this transfer today as opposed to when the project gels?
Sure. I'm joined by Mary Correa from DHCD. She might be able to speak to the timeframe around the funds, but it's my understanding that we are eager to get this spent down. There's a lot of planning that needs to happen up front with regards to the siting of the facility, and of course, a lot of outreach as well. So, you mentioned we are in the process of completing 5 different major rec center projects right now. But we need to get the next one in the kitty, so we're ready to go going forward.
Thanks, Adam. Mary Correa, Deputy Commissioner for Consolidated Planning from DHCD. So we have been partnering with Rec and Parks and supporting them with several rec center projects, fully funded Parkview Recreation Center and Chick Webb Recreation Center. So we have a great working relationship. Providing funding for the design would actually allow for Rec and Parks to pursue different design options that would fit into the moving pieces that are still coming. We have the ability to reprogram CDBG funds kind of at our will when they're unspent, and so we've been partnering with Rec and Parks as they've been able to utilize that funding. In terms of the timing, there's some federal requirements that we have to go through, but we could start the environmental review process and then the design process shortly thereafter. And it's phase 1 environmental review, so it's not anything too crazy. Or actually in the design, I think it's waived.
Yeah,
it's just a phase 1. So it's the ability to look at multiple options for that site and do multiple design options with that, especially since the core funds are already there for the demolition. It's not quite as nebulous as just, hey, let's design a thing and then wait and see what happens.
So the alternative designs of this facility could impact your choice for the balance of the building, whether it's demolished or retained.
I'd say certainly.
You need to do the study now. Great.
Has the planning department been engaged in this conversation with you at all?
Just our work with Sarah.
The capital planning, right,
capital
but not beyond capital planning. So I mean, I have no interest whatsoever in holding up a rec center for a theoretical TOD project. Like that's totally, I get it. But the commission has asked the department to develop a more robust approach to TOD. I don't know exactly what's thought about in this particular site, but that's got to be a citywide effort. And to the extent that there is some synthesis between, transit-oriented development opportunities and other things like rec centers or frankly, housing development, we've all got to be at the table looking at that together. What I would do is, I'm certainly not suggesting we shouldn't approve this, and I don't want to hold the meeting up on the second CIP transfer. But I think these are sort of like teachable moments for us, at least for me. So, Director Keene, I would just ask you to, learn what needs to be learned here and see what to make of the staff concern about how it might affect TOD and whether there are opportunities to do, more than we're proposing. And please, no one should misconstrue that as wanting to slow down the construction of a rec center that people need. But it's sort of, can we do more things at one time and not just one thing? So, thank you. Questions for anybody else? Sorry, Mr.
Chair.
Vice Chair, yeah.
I don't have anything additional on this item, but I would like to go back to the reptile house. Sitting here, I realize that I do have strong feelings about this. And, two things. One, we're about to embark on this next phase of Druid Hill Park and renovations at the lake that, envision all kinds of amenities. And, we talk all the time about public-private partnerships. 5 years from now, it won't matter that we spend $1 million on fixing up playgrounds. And I love playgrounds. I have small children myself. I understand the importance. But, 5 years from now, when we've, renovated the lake and someone wants to come in and potentially put a restaurant or something in the reptile house, it will matter if we spent $500,000 to shore up that building, to put a new roof on it. We always end up in these impossible places where, the project doesn't work. Well, maybe it will work if we don't let the building keep crumbling. So just from a, historic preservation standpoint, from an impact standpoint, and from a long-term planning standpoint, I really think that we should keep this money in the park and strongly recommend that, we look into stabilizing that historic building with the money that's already been allocated to that building.
Are you suggesting we do not approve that one CIP transfer, or are you just suggesting that you want to put sort of a stake in the ground on this issue?
Both. I guess that will be my stake.
Okay, well, that's fine. I can manage that. Let's see where that goes. We'll come back to it, I promise. Let's continue with the list of if there's nothing else down the list of CIP transfers, please. No one expected the CIP transfers to be this interesting, but here they are.
The other ones are far more routine, I promise. So the next one is consistent with the CIP. And then we have a transfer for the Department of Public Works for funding from water main and water infrastructure projects for projects related to repaving utility cuts. The projects that the funds are coming from are essentially complete, and that funding is available for the utility cuts. DGS has a transfer from DGS Fleet, Relocate and Consolidate, to substation lifts projects. This is still related to DGS Fleet, and so it's a complementary project, and staff recommends approval.
Is that a little bit of like going from a fairly general budget line to something very specific, where you need the money, the lifts project, or?
Adjacent to that, yeah. So the initial project is for relocating and consolidating fleet, whereas this is improving substations, I believe, in an existing facility.
So I guess that's probably technically rings the inconsistency bell, but it's not especially inconsistent, right?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
And I would say that's true for the majority of these, that they're technically inconsistent, but they're, consistent in principle, maybe. So this next one is a transfer from a number of transportation projects into a project for reconstruction of footways. Most of the projects that the funding is coming from are footway related in some way, sidewalks, curb repair, ADA, that type of thing. And so it's consistent in spirit, although not technically consistent.
Okay.
And then I think the last one is for the fire department, and this one is going from general to specific. So it's from a general fire department facility improvements project to a specific project for Engine 30.
Thank you. Are there questions on any remaining items for Ms. Parinelli? Okay, so first of all, let's do the easy part. I'm going to ask for, I know we do these by voice vote in the consent, but I'm just going to ask for a motion to approve the CIP transfers other than, for the moment, the first CIP transfer number 1 regarding the reptile house. So that's 2 through the balance of the list. Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
Move to accept.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. What I'm going to do is on the, Mr. Vice Chair, it really doesn't matter which way we do it. You can make a motion to disapprove it, or we can make a motion to approve it, and then people can vote on that motion. So I guess what do you prefer?
I would make a motion to disapprove transfer number 1.
Okay, so it's been moved. Is there a second to disapprove transfer number 1 from anyone? I'll second. A second? Okay, it's been seconded by Commissioner Jolin. So let's have some further discussion. If folks want to, I think we've heard from the Vice Chair, but if people have questions, you can ask them. Anybody have any questions or comments or want to discuss it? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. I'll just do this by roll call, I think, just to make it sensible for everybody. So the motion is to disapprove transfer number 1. Can we call the roll? Mr. Tiso, please.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Allen?
Approve the motion.
So just to be clear for everybody, approving the motion means disapproving, right? I just want to be clear. Okay. So
Right.
Commission-
That's my understanding.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilman Bullock?
Approved.
Commissioner Griffin?
Approve.
Commissioner Jolin?
Approve.
Commissioner McCoach?
Approve.
And Justin Williams?
Abstain.
Eric Stevenson?
Approve.
And Commissioner Laria?
Disapprove. So the motion carries?
Yes, we have 6-1-1.
Fine. So the motion to disapprove that item carries. But I want to make more of this than simply the motion because this is a little bit unusual. Again, sorry, Director Keene, if you could explore this a bit and see if we can talk through a solution to this that is more satisfactory and that maybe addresses multiple concerns, if it's possible to do so, and maybe report back to us. Thank you very much. Okay. Ms. Parinelli, thank you very much. We are going to move to another item on the consent agenda. Mr. Executive Secretary, would you please call that for us?
This will actually go to the live item. I'm sorry, the header for the live agenda did not make it to Wix. My apologies.
I'm sorry, you mean, oh.
There's no other.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yep,
It's just the
regular-
header, I understand.
The header's missing, I'm sorry.
I apologize. All right, so we're going to a regular agenda item. Would someone please call that for us, Mr. Executive Secretary?
Yeah, this is City Council Bill 25-0091, having to do with zoning, a conditional use conversion of a single-family dwelling to 4 dwelling units in the R8 zoning district. It's a variance at 1425 West Fayette Street, and Austin Davis will present this for us.
Alrighty, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
So we saw this last planning commission, and I'll just cover it again and then kind of fill in some of the details that we were missing. But as introduced, this is a conversion of a single family to a 4-unit apartment located here on the map over in West Baltimore. Outlined in red on the plat map is the house, and then here we have it from the aerial, looking at it from the street, and then from an axonometric look. One thing that I added into both the report and this presentation, which was based off a question from the last commission hearing, was the interior square footage. So the applicant provided us with site plans or floor plans rather, and we're looking at estimated 2,387 interior square feet with a 629 square foot basement. And I have them separated out because they're technically listed separately when you're applying for the conversion. But here is the site plan as referenced with each of the floor plans beginning in the basement. You can see there's the 2 bedrooms are located on the southern portion of on the rear of the house. And this is the layout, give or take, for all 4 floors. All 3 main floors, and the basement's a little bit smaller. Nothing else has changed with regard to the variance. However, I remember that last commission, one of the issues was that it was a 4-unit, but there were only 3 floors listed on the application, and we were trying to understand or surmise that, it's because they're using the basement, but the basement doesn't go into the calculations, and that is the case here from the floor plan. So I'm not sure if there's anything else that the commission would like me to cover or go back over from this, but I do remember that those were 2 points of contention. Yes?
Quick question for you. The photograph shows, thank you. Photograph shows a 3-story building. If you go back to it, I wasn't sure that I saw any basement windows there that would work for light or egress. So I wasn't quite understanding why maybe there are basement windows there? I don't know. But I guess if we're talking about putting a unit in the basement, presumably there are habitation requirements and safety requirements. So I'm still trying to sort out, is that a legal unit in the
The
basement?
applicant available to us? I know last time we had a hard time communicating, and that's how we ended up here today.
Yes, so I believe the applicant is both online and has a in-person representative here in the room.
Okay. Well, let's just wait a moment. Are there other questions first, specifically for the staff? For Mr. Davis? Okay.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, so we'll get to that, Mr. McCutcheon. So is someone who's here to speak on behalf of the application, or we can hear it online, whichever you prefer? If there's someone here, that would be great, and you can be supplemented by person online. Is there someone here, Mr. Davis? Maybe not?
Well,
All right, well then, we'll turn to can we hear the applicant online, please?
Okay, Katya, I'm going to unmute you. You're going to have to unmute from your end to be heard as well.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please, go right ahead. You heard the question, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like you guys are asking about access, or at least, yeah, perfect. I was about to ask that. To see about the basement. Let's use the house on the right, like looking the slide on the right and even the left, but we cannot, no, go back to the next one. Yeah, here we go. So you can see here on the left building that there is a small window right there on the white window, and the same window you will see on ours. Okay. Right now, I can see that is black, there is a car blocking, but yes, there is an access and there is a window that can be used for the 4th floor habitat. So people can live there based on the windows, and on the back too. There is also an access on the rear of the house, in the back of the house.
Great, thank you.
Good question, good answer, thank you. Are there other questions for staff or the applicant from the commission? Hearing none, okay, I'm just going to raise a problem and then offer a solution, which I think is not going to have any impact on the project, which seems to me to be a perfectly reasonable project. It of course requires the ordinance is another 2-purpose ordinance, both a conditional use and a variance. We're familiar with those. I have absolutely no problem with the conditional use or with the project. I do think that the variance issue is problematic because even the staff report suggests that the conditions are typical for the block, which to me is sort of undermining of the case for a variance. So I would have a hard time supporting the variance based upon my understanding of the standards. The solution for my problem is that I've asked the staff, and I've been told that when the bulk and yard bill, which has just made it through 3rd reader on City Council, is passed, no variance will be necessary for this use. And therefore, I would ask the commission, and I'll be happy to make the motion just to expedite it, to approve the conditional use but not to approve the variance, or to take, let's just say this, to take no position on the variance, I think is the correct way to do it. So really, we would adopt the findings and approve the conditional use. We would leave the variance aside. I've talked with Councilman Bullock, who is also the sponsor of the bill, and a commissioner, and he agrees that this, by the time this makes it to the city council, it's actually scheduled. By the time it makes it to council, the council can either act in accordance with that or may have the benefit of the actual Balkan Yard bill. So there's a lot of interesting kind of bits to this, which is, this is one way for us to resolve this problem. I think it also points out how, in my view, the Balkan Yard bill, despite concerns folks might have with it, is doing the right thing, because it in this case, a project that has absolutely, is a totally normal project, renovation of a row house that badly needs to be renovated and put back into productive use, would require a variance, which I would have trouble voting for, but I won't have to worry about it when the code changes and no variance is required. So that's a long way of explaining and illustrating sort of what's going on with these zoning bills in the background. So with that, again, just to restate my motion, adopt the findings, approve the conditional use, leave the variance unremarked upon. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Tiso, please.
Robin Allen,
Approve.
John Bullock,
Approved.
Christine Griffin,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams,
Approve.
Eric Stevenson,
Approve.
John Laria.
Approve.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman, thank you for helping work through that. We really appreciate it.
No, and thank you for the explanation. I think that's very helpful for folks to hear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. Shall we
Thank
call
you.
the next item, please?
Next, we have alley closings. This is a 5-foot and 10-foot alley in Block 320, which is the 1900 block of Brunt Street. Antoine Heath will present this to us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
For the record, Antoine Heath. We have 2 alley closures before us today. Petition/owners, the Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as the mayor and city council of Baltimore. This is in the Western Planning District, and the community planner is Tariq Bolden. This is 2 views, one at a map of the site, as well as an area of the site, showing the locations of the 2 alleys, one accessing Pressman and one accessing Brunt Street. This is another aerial of the site. The alleys to be vacated or removed are outlined in red, and at the bottom of the screen, you can see the view of the access from Pressman Street, and on the right side, Brunt Street is the 5-foot alley, which is, you can see, since been grown over, so it's difficult to tell exactly where the boundaries are. This is a look at the block plat for the site. The proposed closure for today is highlighted in red, and the previous approved closures are highlighted in yellow. Those closures were approved by the Planning Council or Planning Commission in 2023. And look at the analysis. So these closures are referred to the Planning Commission for review, since a street and alley network for the city falls under the Master Planning Authority of the Planning Commission. And these alleys were a part of a larger network of alleys that served row homes that no longer exist. And a portion of that network was approved for closure by the Planning Commission in 2023, and this would complete the closure of that network. And these alley closures will assist in the creation of a singular parcel for future development of the Sanaa Center, which is a proposed arts and cultural institution within the Black Arts District. The 10-foot alley will be used as a part of the art walk for the building. That'll be accessed from Pressman Street. And the 5-foot alley that'll be removed in part will be overlaid with parking and landscaping. And there's no expected impacts to the adjacent neighborhoods in terms of equity, nor will this will worsen any existing patterns of inequity in the immediate area. And there are no expected time or resources outside of our routine development review. And the Upton Planning Committee, as well as the Black Arts District and the Intersection of Change were notified of this application, and we're recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff? Mr. Stevenson.
Does the applicant own the existing row homes on Pressman?
No, they do not, no.
So what's the sort of rationale or consideration of closing the 5-foot alley behind the existing houses?
Yes, so currently the homes along Pressman Street that you can see on the bottom left-hand side of the screen, they get their trash picked up from the front. So that's, access isn't a concern as far as, the functionality of the alley. And that 5-foot alley has been, grown over for quite some time and is no longer in use, as you can see on the right side of the screen. The Sanaa Center has been using that area that will soon be a parking lot and landscaping for, outdoor activities, so.
I mean, I think my concern is egress, for lack of a better word, but, the condition of the alley certainly isn't the fault of the property owners. And I hear that, landscaping and parking would take that space, which to me is not objectionable. The concern would be a building being built like right up to the, potential backyards of folks.
Yes, so, sorry, I didn't include any images of the design of the building, which has been through the UDOT process. So essentially the building will be, I'll go back. If you look at the bottom left-hand side of the screen, the Jubilee Art Center is that building that's on the right side.
Yeah, I know it well.
Yeah, and so the building will be aligned with the rear of that. So the building itself won't be up against the rear of the homes. There'll be just parking lot and a landscape strip where the 5-foot alley currently is. So it won't be up against it.
So that sounds great. The only other concern I'll mention is that, alleys are used for more than trash pickup. A lot of times, in most cases, alleys are also conduits for stormwater. So when, that parking lot is put there, and of course, the landscape manual will dictate buffers and things like that, but we want to make sure that stormwater is not being pushed back into those backyards since it was previously exiting through the alley. And I'm sure there are engineers who are smarter than me that can design that, but I do think that closing that alley is an impact to the property, so I just want to make sure that's considered.
Okay. Yeah, so this project, it is going through the design review process right now, so we'll make sure that our partners in, DPW and they're meeting all their stormwater management requirements as it goes through the process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this matter, for or against?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg, Martin Greenberg, on behalf of the developer of the Sanaa Center. I'm here with Chris Mfume, who's part of the development team. We're going to be purchasing this group of properties, including the alleys, from the city for the development of a new headquarters for the Black Arts District. It includes some performance space, office space for nonprofits. Great project. I do want to address your concern about the property owners on Pressman Street and their access to the alley in the rear. Just to let you know, we do have the written consent of all of those owners. We've been working with them through the project. They're well aware of what's going on, and they have consented to the closure of the alley. And I know Mr. Mfume wants to speak a little bit about that engagement as well and what we've been doing with the design.
Sure. So, Commissioner Stevenson. Oh, yeah, sure. Chris Mfume with the Civic Group, project developer, Sanaa Center. So, one thing I just wanted to clarify, Commissioner Stevenson had questions about stormwater. We are putting a new facility in the parking lot, a very large, expensive facility in the middle of that parking lot. And the main reason why we're closing this 5-foot alley is that it's actually going to remain as access. We're just going to beautify it ourselves, do new landscaping, do new paving, but it will remain as access. And we're going to redirect some of the utilities there and clean it up. It's a little bit busy right now. We have utility poles and all types of stuff. And most of the alley will actually stay open. It's just become an art walk. So we're just doing this so that we can have a little bit more control over what it looks like.
Would you mind just a few moments about the actual project and the Black Arts Entertainment District that you're
Yeah.
working on, please?
Yeah, so this is probably the most exciting thing that we've worked on in a while. I'm really excited about it. It is the first large new construction project in the Black Arts District in several decades. This is a arts and culture hub. The centerpiece of it is really a 300-seat performance/flexible space. So the best example is about the same size as M&T Bank Exchange. So think about that. It's not going to be quite as tall, but that's 300 seats. It has a mezzanine. It's going to be very similar to that. So this is a jewel box of performance space that can also be used for banquets and different events. One of the big challenges for the Black Arts District was that they were looking to find office space on Pennsylvania Avenue, and there was no brand new office for them. And so we're going to build brand new nonprofit office space for them, as well as other nonprofits that want to locate there. We've talked about a cafe and something like that. We're still testing feasibility, but those are some of the things we're thinking of. Recording studios, several individual artist studios that artists can rent, and we can have working artists out of there. So the idea is that this becomes really a hub for arts and culture in West Baltimore. Yeah.
Again, just in general terms, the property was assembled by I'm not sure I got it. Was the property assembled by the city and then made available by RFP or otherwise? I just don't know what the backstory is.
So we're currently under exclusive negotiating privilege with the city. We're in the final stages of negotiating the LDA. And one of the big things is they're still getting title to all of the parcels. It's about 24 different individual parcels.
And the project itself, is it basically a privately assembled, not assembled, but financed project? It's your project on behalf of an entity that you've created?
So to be clear, I am an agent of the Black Arts District for this. So the Black Arts District and Intersection of Change, which has been there for 3 decades and owns most of those. They actually do own a couple houses on Pressman too. They own the one on the corner of 583. Well, you've been there. They got your picture up. They got your picture up there. So yeah, but they have they own some of the houses there as well, and so yeah.
Good, thank you. Okay, questions for the applicants? Thank you very much. If there are no questions, there a motion to approve the closure from the Planning Commission?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, we'll do a roll call, please. Mr. Tiso?
Robin Allen,
Approve.
John Bullock,
Approved.
Christine Griffin,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams,
Approve.
Eric Stevenson,
Approve.
John Laria.
Approve. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the next item, please.
Next, we have City Council Bill 25-0098. This has to do with zoning, conditional use conversion of a single-family dwelling to 2 dwelling units in the R8 zoning district. This is at 227 South Washington Street, and Justin Walker will present this item.
Can I just say one thing? Because Mr. Tiso reminded me, and I didn't really say this publicly. There are 2 items that are, sorry, Mr. Tiso. You didn't forget. There are 2 items that are being postponed, and they are numbers 11 and 12, which are the Hartford Road overlay.
Yes, and Bill 88, which is the vacant properties
tax. So that was posted publicly, but it was probably my job to remind everybody that those are being postponed. And I'm sorry, although were treated to 50 minutes of the Planning Commission in action either way. So thank you for coming, but you needn't stay if those are the 2 items, if you're here for one of those 2 items. I just want to make sure. Mr. McCoach, you may not leave. Are you trying to? So anyway, just to be clear, and I'm sorry for not doing that a little bit earlier. Sorry, back to you, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commission. Justin Walker, DOP, here on Council Bill 25-0098 regarding a residential conversion at 227 South Washington Street. This will be a conditional use only for a conversion of a single-family dwelling to 2 dwelling units in the R8 district. The petitioner and owner is James Gibbons, who I believe is online with us. This is in the Eastern Planning District, where Amani Jasper is the community planner. So just taking a look at the map here, this is in the Upper Fells Point neighborhood, just to the west of Patterson Park on the east side of the city. Taking a overhead view of the property, it's a middle-of-the-row row house dwelling. And it is the dwelling that's partially behind the tree there, but the second to the right shows the front of the property. 3-story building, have a lot measuring 15 by 105. And so going over quickly to code text for this bill, section 9701 requires that all residential conversions, indeed that should be R7 and R8 zoning districts, must be approved by ordinance, which is what we're here for today. There are no variances required in the R8. 750 square feet per dwelling unit is required, or 1,500 total. Lot contains 1,575 square feet, meeting this requirement. And section 16601 exempts this property from any parking requirements. So we are only here on the conditional use standards, which as reflected in the staff report, we believe have been met. Staff finds no reason why a 2-unit multifamily dwelling would be more impactful at this site as compared to any other similarly zoned parcel. As far as equity is concerned, this proposal has the support of the local community group, the Fells Prospect Community Association, and in addition to the on-site posting, notification of this action was sent out via the Gov delivery system, as well as, of course, notice to the community group that provided the letter of approval recommendation. And staff's findings are to adopt staff's recommendation is to adopt the findings and approve.
Okay. Are there questions for staff? Did you say that the applicant is online?
I believe so.
Does the applicant wish to say anything to supplement what staff has told us?
And what was the name that I was looking for again? I'm sorry.
James Gibbons.
I see James Prost is somebody else. Oh, he raised his hand. That's why he moved in the list. Okay, Mr. Gibbons, I have unmuted you, so you'll unmute from your end so we can hear you.
Good afternoon. This is James Gibbons. I'm the applicant and property owner at 227 South Washington Street. I got nothing to add here in case there's any questions. I think Mr. Walker covered what we needed.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions for the applicant now that he's available to us? Okay. Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt the findings and approve the conditional use as requested? A motion?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Motion from Mr. Stevenson, seconded by Mr. Williams. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call, please, Mr. Tiso.
Robin Allen?
Approve.
John Bullock?
Approved.
Christine Griffin?
Approve.
Claudia Jolin?
Approve.
Doug McCoach?
Approve.
Justin Williams?
Approve.
Eric Stevenson?
Approve.
John Laria?
Approve. Thank you very much. Okay, well, let's move to the next item, please. Thank you.
Next, we have City Council Bill 25-0101. This is repeal of ordinances 86-711 and 92-147. This relates to a planned unit development in Mount Clair Junction. We have Nick here for this one.
Good afternoon, Commission. We're talking about the planned use development repeal for Mount Clair Junction, Ordinance 86-711, later amended by 92-147. This planned unit development dates back to 1986, and the intention was to build a shopping center just east of the B&O Railroad Museum with the intent of complementing the museum by design. This development was substantially completed in 1987 and is known as Mount Clair Junction. The petitioner is Carlisle Next LLC. Their representative, Joe Woolman, is here to speak if there are any questions. It's in the Central Southwest Planning District, and the community planner is me, Nick Shupin. Let's see here. Okay. All right, that's fine. All right, location Mount Clair Junction is bound by West Pratt Street, South Carey Street on the west, the B&O Railroad Museum on the east, and then the railroad tracks and James Street on the south. It's in the Pigtown Neighborhood Statistical Area, but is bound by a couple of other neighborhood statistical areas, Holland's Roundhouse, Union Square, and Mount Clair. It is within the Washington Village Urban Renewal Plan, and Pigtown Main Street is about a block away from the south boundary. Okay. The underlying zoning is C3 for the shopping center and R8 for 2 lots that are on the other side of the tracks. The tracks are used for the entertainment train that comes from the Railroad Museum. And, prior to transform, the underlying zoning was B2-2. The language in the PUD has not been updated since 1986, so it refers to all of those old standards. It was never updated after transform. And surrounding neighborhoods are R8 row house districts. You click next for me. This is the aerial photo. There's about 400,000 square feet of retail, including an anchor grocery store, a dollar store, offices for the housing authority and the health department. There's some healthcare services, takeout restaurants, a couple other retail venues, and about 700 parking spots over 3 lots. Okay. All right, thanks. Aerial photo looking west, it's the B&O roundhouse down there at the bottom of the photo in the foreground. The South Car Shop is next to it and is planned for redevelopment for the B&O Museum. Next slide. The grocery store there is in the center, has a new operator and has reopened in the past year, is filling a void for food access in the area. Arlington Avenue cuts sort of diagonally through the site. So I created this sort of side-by-side comparison of uses that are permitted in the planned use development versus what's permitted in C3, should the PUD be repealed. It's almost exactly the same. Retail goods, restaurants, taverns, healthcare, and so forth are allowed. The uses that are not permitted in the PUD are reflective of thinking in 1986. Blood donation centers, hotels, religious institutions, liquor stores are technically restricted to one site only. In C3, it's essentially the same. Hotels and motels would be allowed, places of worship would be allowed, and the liquor stores would be by conditional use, along with a couple of other uses. Next, please. So analysis of the code requirements. Article 13-205 allows for the repeal of planned unit developments. In determining whether to approve or the repeal of a PUD, the Planning Commission and City Council must find that the repeal is in the public interest, and also that the development plan has either been substantially completed, which we believe it is, and is also no longer necessary in light of the property's underlying zoning, which has changed since the PUD was adopted. I didn't include notification, but all of the neighborhood associations and Southwest Partnership have been notified. And next slide. For those, oh, there we are. I did include them. On its face, the PUD repeal will have no immediate impact. However, it does remove a barrier for mixed-use development that might have a housing component. Mr. Woolman can talk more about what the property owner has in mind for that. But future redevelopment with additional housing units will serve the public by filling a demand for housing. The community association letter that you have on file supporting this PUD repeal indicates that they're interested in being a part of that process, and the development team has shown a good faith effort in engaging the community for future development. And so, next slide. For those reasons, we recommend approval.
Thank you. Ms. Trubin, I just have one very technical question to start, and then we should hear from the applicant. In your slide, you don't have to go back to it, you cited correctly the standards about repeal of a PUD, and you said for 2 reasons that it's been substantially completed and is no longer necessary in light of the property's underlying zoning. The staff report actually, I think, just talks about 2, which is no longer necessary in light of the property's underlying zoning. I just want to confirm whether you intend it to be both. And the reason, I mean, first of all, I think we ought to know, but also because if we're going to fashion a recommendation for the council and ask the council to follow our guidance and follow the same exact standard, I want to know what the actual finding is meant to be.
It's intended to be both. The development was completed in 1987, so
Okay.
there's no more plan.
Okay, so it would be, so commissioners, if we go that direction, it's really both of those. Okay. A question for staff to start before we bring up the applicant representative?
My only question, and I'm sorry if you said it, I was looking at the letter again, and that the letter of support from the community mentioned the repeal and replace. And is that the intent, or is that going to happen, the replacements?
That's the intent. It didn't happen. It didn't line up to happen at the same time, but the applicant can talk about a future PUD development process.
Other questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Joe Woolman, Silverman Thompson, on behalf of the applicant, I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Mr. Williams brought up a good point with regards to the support letter. And actually, if you take a look at the support letter, Casey O'Neill, the president of Citizens of Pigtown, did a better job than I probably could in describing what the purpose of the bill is and what our intent is. And she writes, the purpose of the bill will be to repeal and ultimately replace the existing PUD. The C3 zoning will help to provide a framework for the replacement PUD, which will be developed through ongoing collaboration with the planning department and Citizens of Pigtown to ensure property development progress that benefits Carlisle Next LLC while embracing community requests and needs. We've been actively engaged with this community and the councilwoman's office for over a year, presented our concepts for a replacement PUD back in the spring. We're continuing to work with our design team and our engineering team, and the community will have a seat at the table during that process. But this particular bill is just the first step to kind of clear the way, if you will, for the replacement PUD.
Can you just talk a little bit about the existing conditions? I don't know if we have a slide, and also what the potential additional, I don't know if there are unbuilt parcels, or it's just now many years later you might be replacing one use with another, or just a little more.
Certainly, there was
specific.
an aerial, I think, that Mr. Teaser, that might help. My glasses back on now so I can see it. So as you can see from the aerial, the existing conditions reflect a completed shopping center, and that was already mentioned by staff, that the shopping center was actually completed in 1986. At the bottom of the shopping center in the photo, you can see the Jumbo Fresh supermarket, which opened earlier, yes, right there, this year. So the existing conditions, Mr. Chair, are a completed shopping center. The goal from a design perspective is to develop an infill, if you will, development on the site that will include mixed use. It's obviously a significant undertaking requiring quite a bit of design work and engineering work. And the reason we are looking to replace the PUD rather than work with just the underlying zoning is frankly to work with the community. There's been a history at this site regarding certain uses that concerns were raised by the community. So the planning department urged us to proceed in this fashion with the replacement PUD, which we're happy to do, and we're happy to work with the community as we move forward on that process. So we'll certainly be coming back to you with much more detail regarding the plans for the site.
There's been a lot of discussion since Transform about trying to minimize the number of PUDs, since PUDs were not intended, but were often essentially sort of something we did because the underlying zoning was creaky and didn't work particularly well, et cetera. So I think most people are in favor, including I think the department, of eliminating PUDs. It's usually not to replace them with another one. And I guess I'm just wondering what's the, I'm not saying we'd be opposed to it, of course, it has to come, but I'm just wondering sort of what the thinking is to.
No, it's a very good question. It's a conversation we had with the department on multiple occasions, and I agree. Obviously, the intent of Transform was to do away with outdated and obsolete PUDs and work with the underlying zoning under the new code. And we do have C3 zoning here, which fits the majority of what the intention is. Without getting into too much detail and history at this juncture, there are some use-related concerns that the community has that the underlying zoning would not necessarily address. A replacement PUD would address. Frankly, the council person's office urged us to proceed in a way that really gave the community a significant seat at the table from a use perspective. And that's, I think, what's really driving the decision to proceed in this fashion.
Is the community represented here today? Either
the community is not represented. We do have a member of our team who is a member of the community who's consulting with us on this matter, Mr. Browning, who's here, but he is a member of our team. That you have the letter from the president of the Citizens of Pigtown, and again, we've been engaged with them actively for quite some time.
I guess I just want folks to understand that we may or may not approve a new PUD, certainly if it works for the property owner and for the community, is more likely that we'll do it, of course. But, you know, there aren't a lot of PUDs coming down the pike.
Correct.
So, you know, there would be some bias in favor of underlying zoning, but if there are issues and some sort of restrictions facilitates the cooperative development of a new project, because this is probably, definitely needs to be, there's a lot of opportunity there. But the reason I ask about the community specifically is because I also want the community to understand, and I guess I'll ask you to tell me what you can tell me, that once the PUD is removed, it's underlying zoning, right? And therefore, and then it relies upon, really not even the commission, it relies upon the city council and the councilwoman to put a new PUD in place. So there's a gap period in there in which everybody has to understand that you'll be dealing with base zoning, which apparently raises a few use issues that you just described. And I can imagine.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's also some bulk regulation issues that, and there's either you go the variance route or in this instance, you go the PD route. So there's an incentive for us to continue, but you're correct, there'd be a gap. Once this is repealed, until the PUD replacement is enacted, you're with the underlying C3 zoning.
Right, and I don't think I haven't seen that many repeal replaces. I think in every one that I've seen, though, it's an immediate repeal and replace. It's not a repeal and we're going to replace it later. And again, no objection to it. I just don't want anybody to feel like there's surprise later. And Councilman, I guess maybe if I could, you know, sort of refer this in a way, like I'd be comfortable doing this. I have no objection to removing the PUD. But perhaps, you know, it's going to go to the council, which is the real gatekeeper here. Perhaps you can just make sure this gets addressed. And I think it would be useful to have the community on record saying, yes, we understand, we have a working relationship with the developer, we understand there's this gap period, et cetera, because I just don't think it would be fair for anybody to come back later and then be like, well, wait a minute, we gave up land use controls and now, you know, we're the new land use controls.
I think it's a valid point, I understand it, I agree to that.
Thank you very much.
And again, I think that, just for the record, I think the third paragraph in the support letter kind of lays a little bit of that out in terms of the goals and what we're intending to do.
Okay, so thank you. Colleagues, questions for the applicant?
No question, just commend, Councilman Porter and Mr. Browning and the team and your client for the investment in the work to bring the supermarket Jumbo Fresh there, and I was part of that effort on a minor level, but I really appreciate the work that's going into it and appreciate the work with the community to get the support needed to support the density, because I think that's needed to help provide more patrons for the shopping center.
It's a very engaged community, and it's been a pleasure to work with them, but it's taken a lot of effort.
Thank you, Mr. Woolman. Other questions for Mr. Woolman or for our staff? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendation to approve the repeal of the PUD?
So moved.
It's been moved by,
Second.
seconded from Commissioner Allen online, I believe. Is there any further discussion? Let's have a roll call, please.
Robin Allen.
Approve.
John Bullock.
Approved.
Christine Griffin.
Approve.
Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approved.
Justin Williams.
Approved.
Eric Stevenson.
Approved.
John Laria.
Approve. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next, we have major subdivision final plans, 1133 through 1139 Ray Street, and 113 through 123 Seldner Place, and Austin Davis will be presenting this item.
I'm back. Alrighty. So this subdivision is a proposal to create 6 lots from an existing 10 lots, and so actually a larger in total development project. However, we're here just for the subdivision. So here's the location of the project site here over in the corner of Sharp Leidenhall, just down the street from the stadium. This bounding box shows the parcels that are being consolidated for the purpose of the subdivision. However, I will just note that you'll see, I think it is lot 23 there in the corner, 25 in the corner is also a part of this project. But here are the existing conditions. As the lot sits now, they're being used as kind of unofficial parking lots for a combination of, I think, people in the apartment building across the street and their guests, and then these houses here. Here's the view looking east into kind of this named alley street, Seldner Place. Here is from Seldner, kind of looking at the lots where these new houses will go, and into the existing conditions plan. You can see the subdivisions, or the lots that are going to be consolidated for the subdivision, like I said, in the center, and here they are now with the final development plan as approved. So this, you can see we have the parking pads, and in the rear for, what is it, the three that are off of Race, well, there'll be garages for the Seldner Place homes. Here are elevations for 1129 Race, and then 1133 to 37 Race.
You say it's 6 new houses?
Yes. 6 lots. I think it might be more than, it's like 8, yeah. It's 6 lots.
I was trying to reconcile 6 versus 8,
yeah,
sorry.
It's 6 lots, the kind of center chunk right there in the middle, and then the lot 25 on the bottom, and I think on the top I read the lot name of it, but those are the other 2 parts of the development plan.
They're pre-existing lots, so they just don't need any subdivision approval.
Correct, they do not require subdivision approval, but they went through as a part of the SPRC process just for the entire site.
Thanks.
And then I should note that in terms of notice, this has been sitting in our docket now for almost a year. The application came in 2024, so the developers did reach out initially then. However, things have been stalled, and it's taken quite some time for this project to get onto the commission agenda. So that said, I'm not quite so certain if there's been a recent community notification. That said, they have been in accordance with all posting requirements throughout the time, and our recommendation is approval.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are there questions for our staff from the commission? Any questions? Any questions? Is the applicant here, or anybody wish to speak regarding the item? Yeah, does anybody here wish to speak regarding the item? Please come on up.
I'm not an applicant, I'm just heard. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Betty Bland Thomas. I'm the president of Historic Sharp Leadenhall. I do approve this plan, but because there's been so many postponements, I'd like to be updated on the reasons why it's taken this long for approval. I'm assuming there's been some discussion, perhaps some amendments, and we would like to be updated, on what there are. As a community, we do support development, and particularly in a lot that is not going to be heavily dense with a lot of apartments. I appreciate this design and that it's going to be townhouses and hopefully enough where families can afford to be there. That was some of our questions to the group early on. So I would say approval with conditions that we be updated on the delay and have another community meeting. As the gentleman said, there has not been one in quite some time.
Thank you. Mr. I know if the applicant is not here, can you comment on those items that Ms. Bland Thomas has asked about, please? Thank you.
Yes, so in relation to the length and time in which this has been sitting on our docket, like I mentioned, this is a 2024 application. There were some initial discrepancies between the Forest Conservation Plan and the existing site, along with the applicants needing to apply through our BCNR portal, which is our natural resources portal, and additionally go through the site plan review committee process. And throughout both of those kind of separate but related to this, we could not let them come this far because we did not want to grant any sort of approval for a subdivision that then would need to come back for an amendment should the BCNR review say you actually need to move a stormwater management site here, or you need to do some XYZ with trees. So we were delaying having them come here so that they could fulfill all other city and departmental reviews and have them fully checked off, and to then hopefully not have to come back to Planning Commission. But as far as the design or the houses or any of that, actually none of that has changed. We just wanted to make sure that all plans were consistent throughout their application. And with regard to the actual houses, I cannot speak to affordability, but just from looking at the elevations, it would be my assumption that they will be market rate houses.
Thank you. Are there further questions around these issues? I don't want to get into a back and forth, but if you have something more to, please come on up one more time. No.
Betty Bland Thomas returning back to the
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate his summary. Betty Bland Thomas, returning back to the mic. I appreciate the gentleman's summary of a response, but I only represent the community, would like an opportunity for that discussion to be made at a community setting. I just want that to be on record.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are there remaining questions among the commissioners? So we're not going to condition the subdivision approval on the outreach, but we are going to make a strong statement after the vote about outreach, and we'll ask the planners to reach out and make sure that that happens. So I think it's a very reasonable request. So first of all, is there a motion to approve the subdivision as presented by staff?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Williams. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McCoach. Is there any further discussion on the motion? If not, we'll have a roll call. Ms. Chiso?
Robin Allen.
Approve.
John Bullock.
Approve.
Christine Griffin.
Approve.
Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
John Laria.
Approve. And just to follow up on what I was saying a moment ago, we'll ask the department, Mr. Director, staff, to reach out. And I would say honestly, going forward, I would expect the applicant for a subdivision to be here to answer any questions, even if it's a relatively small subdivision, because then that person, A, can answer questions, and B, can make a commitment in his or her own voice to a potential community question. I think it's reasonable. Oh, did you not raise your hands when I asked if the applicant was here?
Actually, the owner is here and I'm the applicant.
I asked earlier if the applicant, oh, I'm very sorry. I don't know that we have any questions for you because we've already voted, but I think you're hearing loud and clear that we'd expect you to meet with Ms. Bland Thomas at your earliest convenience. Feel free to go outside and pick a time, whatever works for you, to make sure the community is apprised.
That's fine. When Mr. Davis responded to all
Yeah.
that,
Yeah. I'm sorry for not seeing you earlier. My apologies. Okay. Well, that's a better outcome even still, so thanks very much. Okay, good. Next item, please.
Next, we have major subdivision final plans also at 2224 through 2232 East Madison Street and 2201 through 2211 Ashland Avenue, and Austin will stick with us on this one.
Alrighty, yeah, we got another little combo site here. In this case, we have two separate subdivisions. So these are two separate subdivision items. However, they're being treated as one project because they are one project. We have lots 25 through 30 on Ashland Avenue and lots 54 through 58 on Madison Street. So we're looking at around a quarter of an acre total total lot size, lot area. And the idea is that these will become 4 newly constructed 3-story row homes per site. So here's our, oh, my little star got moved, but it's actually supposed to be covering that little teal icon. It's in the Middle East neighborhood. And then outlined in red are the 2 plats. So we can see they're both on either end of Madeira, with the Madison Street being on the south and Ashland site being on the north. Now, I do want to also point out that as we go through these, there are you'll see the orientation of the lots specific to the Madison Street segment. They have since been turned with, both with some input from our staff, but also with the approval of DOT property location, and I'll show you in the pictures as we continue. But here's the Ashland site looking west and previously looking south, and then here's Madison looking west and then looking north. And as you can see, there's this very newly constructed bus stop here in the corner. And as the lots currently sit, they're oriented so that the front doors would be kind of exiting towards this newly constructed lot. So as we get to the subdivision plans, we have on the left side, we have the southern portion of the site, which is Madison, and on the right side, we have the northern portion of the site, which is Ashland. And you can see on the southern portion of the site, we have the lots have been rotated 90 degrees so that they will kind of, instead of entering out on Madison Street in front of that bus stop, they will be entering out and being, I believe, being addressed on Madeira Street now. These are the proposed condition plans, so we can see the townhomes on their new lots. And once again, looking at the limited disturbance on our southern site, you can see it kind of even pencils around, the already resurfaced, redone sidewalk and bus bay area there on Madison Street. Just onto the floor plans, these are the floor plans for Madison Street houses and their front and rear elevations. And additionally, we have Ashland Ave, so there's two options, an option A and an option B for their floor plans, and their elevations are as such. And the community was notified of this subdivision, as well as this has been an ongoing project in this neighborhood with this community for quite some time, and everything has been posted in accordance with our guidelines, and we recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are there questions of staff on this item? Is the applicant here? Yes, thank you. Yeah, right, wave, right. Apparently, the chair can't see very well, so. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify other than the applicant? Why don't you come on up just for a moment and tell us about the project, and if there are any questions for you, you can answer them.
Hi there.
Just your name name and affiliation for the record.
Hi there. Yeah, I'm Michael Karnock. I'm an employee of the managing member of the owner.
Hi there. I'm Bobby Haas, civil engineer of record at Cityscape Engineer.
Okay. Just a quick summary of what you're proposing here. I mean, I know generally what you're proposing, but I'd love to hear it from you directly.
Sure. Yeah. Just 8 new townhomes on the existing lots. I think they were formerly a rehab, or they were formerly row homes on the property, and we are doing this in part so that way we have a wide enough townhome for a suitable size townhome to accommodate hopefully families, and then also part of the logic behind this whole application was to rotate the lots so that way they're facing Madeira Street and not fronting onto the bus stop.
And these are market rate essentially.
Yeah, we're going to have 4 of them will be affordable units.
Sorry?
4 of the homes will be affordable units, the ones on the Madison Madeira parcel that are 2 stories high, and then 4 of them will be market rate.
Affordable by what? Are they required to be affordable or by some financing source? Or?
Yeah, it's in part a commitment to our financing sources. Okay. And part of our commitment to EBDI as well.
So it's part of the EBDI, as someone said, part of the EBDI footprint?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, questions for the applicant? Anybody? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the subdivision as presented by staff?
Motion to approve.
It's been moved by Mr. Stevenson. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Jolin. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a roll call. Mr. Tiso.
Robin Allen.
Approve.
John Bullock.
Approved.
Christine Griffin.
Approve.
Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
John Laria.
Approve. Thank you. Move to the next item, please.
Sarah Paranellum is with us to present for fiscal year 2028 and 2029 loan authorization for general obligation bonds in association with our capital program. Sarah?
Hi, good afternoon. As stated, I'm presenting the 2026 loan authorization program, which authorizes general obligation bonds to be included in the capital budget for fiscal years 28 and 29. So as the commission will recall, general obligation bonds are an important fund source that contributes to the city's capital budget. You can see here that for fiscal year 26, we had $125 million in general obligation bonds, which was 14% of the total budget. But it is really the majority of the funds that are flexible. So only the general obligation bonds and to the left of it, the general fund revenue are flexible sources as part of the capital budget. And so it's critical that we have the authority to include general obligation bonds in the city's capital improvement program and capital budget. We do go through a lengthy approval process for the loan authorization that ultimately goes to the voters for approval. So next November on the ballot, there will be questions associated with this loan authorization. But before we get to next November, the approval process starts today with Planning Commission review, and then we'll go to the Board of Finance and the Board of Estimates. All of that is in preparation for being submitted to the Baltimore City delegation in the Maryland General Assembly, which is required by the state to happen in the first 30 days of session. And so that is why this fall we need to go through the process of preparing the loan questions to present to the Baltimore City delegation in the Maryland General Assembly. And then in the spring, these items will be considered by the City Council in preparation for going on the ballot in November. So just to look a little bit at the history, we go through this process every 2 years, and the amounts that are authorized are for 2 fiscal years at a time. So you can see here the history going all the way back to 2006. And so you can see that we had a relatively flat amount of general obligation bonds until just recently. We went through a significant increase for the last authorization for 2024, and then we're continuing with modest increases planned for the next several loan authorizations until we reach $200 million a year. So this is part of the city's 10-year financial plan that the Department of Finance has been spearheading. One of the 3 pillars of that plan is increasing the amount of capital investment that's happening in the city, and one of the ways to do that is through increasing the general obligation bonds. So here you can see a comparison of what is programmed for fiscal years 28 and 29 in the most recently approved 6-year capital improvement program in the column to the right. And then you can see a comparison of what was approved for the previous 2 loan authorizations. So the loan authorization is made up in recent history of 4 questions. We have affordable housing, schools, community and economic development, and public infrastructure. You'll notice that the amount for affordable housing is proposed to increase for the programmed amount is proposed to increase for 2026 from what it was the prior 2 years, the same for schools, the same for public infrastructure. The programmed amount for community and economic development is a decrease from what it was previously, and we're now revisiting that. So that was based on an understanding that the Vacancy Initiative was going to scale up and was going to bring other sources to bear on some of the community and economic development activities, and kind of as we were moving forward, we are revisiting that. You'll also see that the total amounts over these years is increasing. So we went from $160 million over a 2-year period in 2022. We had that significant increase for the last loan authorization, bringing us to $250 million. And then the programmed amount for 2026 is $280 million. So as we were preparing the loan authorization questions for this round, we encountered a number of challenges that I just wanted to share with the commission. First is that although the plan is to increase the level of borrowing to increase the investment in our capital infrastructure, we do need to find a source of funds to be able to do that increased borrowing. And so, as part of the 10-year financial plan, that is the intention. But until that source of funds is identified and realized, we may be asking voters to authorize additional borrowing, but we may not be able to realize that additional borrowing. So it's an up to amount. So that's the first challenge that we have. The second challenge that we have is that we are going through the approval process for the loan authorization now in the fall of 2025, but these funds are not for fiscal years 28 and 29, which are several years down the road. And so there's a few things that are uncertain as we're thinking about fiscal years that are several years in the future. First, we don't know what's going to happen with highway user revenue. Right now, there is a projected fall off in highway user revenue that is going to occur in fiscal year 28. So depending what happens at the state level with highway user revenue, we may need to be flexible in using some of the general obligation bonds for transportation projects. We also don't know what is going to happen at the state level with an allocation of resources for the Vacants Initiative. So that is determined on a year-by-year basis, and so we need to have some flexibility to be able to address that. So we do know that we've programmed additional infrastructure projects that are very much needed in the city, but there's also a desire to increase the investment for community and economic development. So we're trying to figure out how to structure the loan questions in a way that provides future flexibility given all of these challenges. So traditionally, excuse me, traditionally, we have one question for community and economic development that is used to fund the activities of the Department of Housing and Community Development, Baltimore Development Corporation, and mayoralty, and a separate question for public infrastructure that is used to fund the activities of the Department of General Services, Recreation and Parks, Solid Waste, and if needed, the Department of Transportation. And we kind of keep those agencies separated into the two loan questions. What we are proposing to do is to really think about the intersection of community and economic development and public infrastructure. So there are some activities that really are solely community and economic development and some that are solely public infrastructure. And there are many activities that really are at the intersection of these two. So those might be parks, playgrounds, ADA improvements, sidewalks, street resurfacing, senior centers, where we're serving kind of both missions. And so those could be funded out of either loan question. And so that's what we're proposing as a way to structure this moving forward. So we would, rather than what is programmed, which is a decrease in community and economic development, we would match the prior funding for community and economic development and have flexibility to use those funds for the Vacants Initiative or for public infrastructure or a combination as we need to in any given fiscal year. What this would require is that we work with the law department to draft that loan to make sure that it has that flexibility in it so that it doesn't just speak to community and economic development kind of as it's traditionally been approached, but includes that intersection with public infrastructure. So this is what we're proposing. So you can see what is programmed, and then in the column to the far right, you can see what is proposed. So in both cases, it's a total of $280 million, but we're proposing to match the $50 million in community and economic development that was allocated in 2024 for the 2026 loan authorization. And so those are 2-year totals that I just showed you. Here you can see kind of what that would look like for each fiscal year. So just quickly walking through each of the 4 questions. The first question would be for affordable housing, and that would be $22 million over 2 years. And so some of the eligible uses would be acquisition, preservation, production, demolition, rental assistance, housing counseling, project finance, all in support of affordable housing. The next question would be for schools. So this is the local contribution to the school's budget. The commission just approved the school's CIP at the last meeting. This is complemented by funds from the state, but this would be $60 million over 2 years for school improvements, and these complement the 21st Century Buildings Initiative. So where the 21st Century Buildings Initiative might be renovating or replacing certain buildings, these funds pick up kind of where those leave off. So renovation or replacement of other buildings that are not included in the 21st Century Buildings Initiative, and then for other schools that maybe need systemic improvements, fire alarms, HVAC, building envelope repairs, that type of thing. And then we already talked a little bit about community and economic development. So this would be $50 million over 2 years. It would include kind of the traditional community and economic development items like acquisition, demolition, relocation, home ownership, but it would also include public infrastructure to support community and economic development goals. And then last, we have public infrastructure. And in our public infrastructure question, this includes all of the facilities across the city. So our parks, our playgrounds, our athletic courts, recreation centers, libraries, streets, bridges, the list goes on. And many of these facilities, if you think about the building that we're standing in today, where the HVAC is in overdrive, we have leaking into our offices from the rain this morning. These buildings do not have access to other sources of funds. They rely entirely on these general obligation bonds. So for some of those other purposes that we discussed, they do have access to some other funds, but these types of facilities rely entirely on general obligation bonds, and thus the goal to increase the funding that's available for public infrastructure. And with that, staff recommends approval.
Thank you for an excellent memo and excellent and clear presentation. Really, really well done. I have a couple of questions for you, and I apologize since it's still my first year through this cycle of things. I may have questions that my colleagues have already had asked and answered. First of all, I applaud the rethinking of the Venn diagram, for lack of a better description. I think the idea of thinking about those things all as part of one larger enterprise is great.
And credit goes to our new director for suggesting that.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. But my question is just trying to understand the underlying, is that merely a statement of intent, or is it somewhere, are we like, this is this bucket, and once the thing is written and passed by the voters, you can only spend this bucket on these things? Or it's how do you actually implement that Venn diagram technically, if that's a reasonable question?
Yeah, so when you see the recommendations for the capital improvement program in February, you will see fund sources listed for every project. And instead of it just saying general obligation bonds, it actually lists which of those four buckets of general obligation bonds are being recommended. So is a project being funded out of affordable housing? Is it being funded out of community and economic development bonds? Is it being funded out of public infrastructure bonds? And so right now, programs, we have a lot of projects that are public infrastructure projects that are being funded out of public infrastructure bonds. It's conceivable that when we bring the recommendations to you in February, some of those will have shifted. And so a park project that's meeting a community and economic development goal that's located in one of the vacancy reduction areas would be funded out of community and economic development bonds rather than out of public infrastructure bonds.
All right, but to sort of take maybe an absurd example, why don't we just have a $280 million bond issue, and then we have the ultimate flexibility, just to take the extreme case? Why do we do this in the first place?
I do not know the legal reason why we have to split it up into questions. I do know that that's traditionally how it's done. Historically, we actually had more questions than we have today, and we have identified these as kind of the appropriate level of information to provide to the voters about how funds are intended to be used. So if you look at other jurisdictions, Baltimore County has probably about a dozen different loan questions. Baltimore City has settled on these 4.
Yeah, if the answer is transparency, that's a good thing. I'm just trying to understand so when you change the community economic development from 23 to 50 and reduced from the 175 to 148, I mean, you're doing that at the same time that you're also merging those to some extent, right? I'm just trying to get my arms around sort of the ultimate outcome of all of this merging of numbers. Okay. Well, I may have others, but to keep things going. Questions from the commission for Ms. Parinello? None? Okay. Well, yeah, I don't want to hold things up. I don't have certainly have no objections, no questions that lead to objections. I just think for us to continue to try and understand, or at least for me to try and understand sort of how all these things relate to one another, and the purposes and potential limitations would be helpful. But I think as you continue to develop and the CIP process, it's all part of the same of the same conversation, how we do the bond issuances and how we do the CIP. So look forward to continued conversations about that. And maybe we can have a separate briefing or discussion, but I don't want to hold things up today because I certainly have no objection or question or concern about the issuance themselves. Okay. Are there any other questions of staff? Does anybody in the audience wish to testify on this item? Anybody online? Not seeing anyone? Okay. Is there a motion then to approve the staff recommendation for this loan authorization program for FY 28 and 29 GO bonds? Motion, please.
Move to approve.
Councilman, is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Griffin. Okay. Is there further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Robin Allen. We'll come back. John Bullock.
Approved.
Christine Griffin.
Approve.
Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
John Laria.
Approve. Thank you very much.
And again, Robin Allen.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, she may have had to step away, but that still passes.
Okay. So we're going to move to the next item. Do you want to, is someone going to call it, or do you want me to? Oh, well, we postponed item 11, as I've said earlier. We postponed item 11, we postponed item 12. Item 13.
Oh.
This is, yeah, well, I'll just call it, it's the City Council Bill 250066, zoning, housing options and opportunity. Thanks for everybody's patience for that brief recess. I just, as I was saying before we did that, I just wanted a few really procedural things for this hearing, make sure everybody has the same expectations. This is our second hearing on this bill. We had a hearing 3 weeks ago where we promised that we announced that we were not voting. We do expect to vote today, I assume, unless something prevents us from doing that. So nonetheless, we are going to take testimony from anybody who wishes to testify. And because this is a second hearing, and because frankly, we want to hear from everybody to the greatest extent possible, we're going to give everybody the same opportunity with a 3-minute time limit, which has been the limit that we've been using, I think, successfully. I would just say that if you have testified previously, you are most welcome to testify again. It's worth it, even if it's hearing from the same people again, because of the importance of the issue. At the same time, I would say we did hear you the last time, and there's no need to be redundant, but you certainly can reemphasize your testimony. And in addition, and I would say this even if we were not having 2 hearings, if you've provided written testimony, please feel free to refer to it or summarize it, defer to it, whatever you like. Please don't read it, because I promise you, we have read all of the significant submittals that have been posted on the site. They were posted prior to the last meeting. There are also additional items, not surprisingly, that have been posted since the last meeting. I know the commissioners have read them, and if you want to refer to that, that's fine. But again, at the end of the day, if you want to have 3 minutes, you certainly may have it, and we look forward to hearing from you. I think folks know, but we'll have the staff report first. We will then have questions of staff. If there are any questions of staff, we'll then have public testimony, both in support and opposition. There may be questions for the commissioners have. We have apparently a significant number of people online, which is always a little bit harder than when someone's here in person, but we want people to participate, so we'll figure out how to do that as we go along, and hopefully we'll be able to hear those folks. So I think with that, I just wanted to just do a quick outline of the protocol so everybody had the same expectations. And with that, I'm going to turn the matter to Mr. Tiso for a staff report. Sir.
All right, there we go. Now it's connected. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I am Eric Tiso. Just in case folks haven't seen this, or just to refresh everyone's memory, I was going to go through this a little bit more briskly than I did, but for anybody that may be watching from the audience or at home, these QR codes will take you to the Legistar page where the text of the bill is found, and alternatively the zoning code link if you want to cross-compare those things while
Could you mic up just a little bit? Maybe it's the angle.
Sure. And I tend to be naturally quiet on microphones anyway. So anyway, with those there, so a little bit of history on this. The first bill, 22-0285, the Abundant Housing Act, was a bill that was reviewed last council session. It did not make it to completion, and it had a number of major activities that were contained within that bill. So elements of that very significant large bill were brought back this session in multiple separate bills to make them a little bit more digestible. So Council Bill 62 is an amendment to the building code for single exits, and Council Bill 63, which would functionally reassign the zoning administrator from DHCD to the Department of Planning. That was a new idea. Bill 64 has amendments for the bulk and yard requirements in the zoning code, and Bill 65 proposes to eliminate the requirement for vehicle off-street parking. It still retains bicycle parking and retains the double what was the prior minimum requirement as a maximum. So it just functionally removes the minimum requirement. All of those bills have moved their way through council and are currently sitting before the mayor for his review. So this is the last element of that packet of 5 bills that is moving through. So in a broad sense, it does a few things. Number one, it creates a new land use definition for dwelling multifamily low density. There's also a cross-reference, in case you call it low density multifamily, it's got a crisscross in the code so you can find it. And then under the applicability section for the design review process in Title 4, sub 405A, it removes a trigger requiring review for conversions because conversions are proposed to be removed as a conditional use from the zoning code. In Title 8, under the district descriptions, the less dense half of the residential districts, which is the R1A through R4, do not currently allow multifamily. And this removes that intent statement saying that, and also allows, in addition to the single-family dwellings, now the newly created low-density multifamily. And then there are accompanying amendments to the use tables for 8-301, which is the less half-dense, the R1A through R4, and the bulk tables 8401 that are amended to add that multifamily low-density dwelling to those charts because they're not eligible in today's code. So in addition, table 12301 is amended to add the use to it, and that first bullet should say 9301 and 9401 are amended as well. So for those that may be eagle-eyed, you may wonder why 12401 is not affected. It doesn't need to have an amendment because all of the bulk standards are the same for all uses, so there's no need to differentiate since they're all treated the same. So walking through the text of the bill, whenever you see something that is within brackets, it is proposed to be struck. Anything that is in small caps is to be added. So this is where we do the designation here. Okay, so the highlighted text is in the small caps, and this is where we add the low-density multifamily dwelling. We define it, we talk about what its inclusions are, and then there's the cross-reference. Under design review, this is where that requirement for conversions to be reviewed for architectural purposes through design review, since conversions is not going to be a process anymore. There's no need to retain that, so those brackets will strike that in line and renumber after it. This is the district descriptions where it previously had our lower density half, R1A through R4 districts, as listed as limited to single-family dwellings. We're now also adding the reference to the newly created low-density multifamily dwelling. The prohibition on conversions has brackets, so that is being removed since it's no longer necessary. And then accordingly, the newly created land use gets added to the use table. P is permitted, CB is conditional use by board, wherever you may see it. CO is conditional use by ordinance, and if the square is blank, it's not permitted at all. So this adds P all the way across from R1A through R4, making this newly created and defined use permitted by right across the board. In 8-401, this is the bulk and yards table. It adds the new use in the same line with detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings. What this does is, in today's multifamily districts, in the bulk and yard table, there is typically a lot area requirement, which requires a certain amount of square footage of flat parcel area to support X number of units. So you take that lot allowance, for example, using the R8 district has 750 square feet of lot area required. Multiply that by the number of units that you're looking for, and that's how big the lot needs to be, generally speaking. By inserting the multifamily low density in this line with single-family detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings, that same flat rate applies. What this means is where you can have a detached dwelling or a semi-detached dwelling, you may also have multifamily low density regardless of whether it has 2, 3, or 4 units within it. Okay, so it's kind of putting it on parity with the other structure types within the same district. Then, because of the concern of the size of the structures, the commission may remember that back in spring, the last modification we had to the zoning code, which that went into effect in August, as part of the conversions process, there was a standard that needed to be considered for a certain amount of square footage in each unit based on the number of bedrooms, whether it was 2, 3, or 4 or more. As we saw, that was difficult to work because getting as-built or even new plans from applicants that were remarkably accurate, it was very difficult. Likewise, we had in a number of cases where there could be a multi-story building where the upper floor was a little bit shorter than the lower floors, and they're putting 1 unit per. And the total number of square footage, the gross floor area within the building would have been sufficient. But the way it was divided up into the units based on their bedroom counts did not always work. And you can't borrow 50 square feet from one floor to apply. It practically did not work. So the way to address that is to have a gross floor area requirement based on the number of units, regardless of how the units are apportioned throughout the building. So if you have a 2-unit building, 1,500 square feet is required, 3 units is 2,250, 4 is 3,000 square feet. Keeping in mind, again, if you have a building that doesn't have that much gross floor area within it, you may not be eligible for the 3rd or the 4th unit without a variance potentially. So there is some metering roughly by the approximate size of the building, and in each of those cases, there's a footnote 3 that points out that the basement area within the building does not count for that calculation. A dwelling unit may exist there, but we just don't include it for gross floor area purposes. Likewise, in Table 9301 for the uses, R5 through R8 has it added. R9 and 10 are multifamily, typically higher-rise building districts where they exist. There's not a whole lot of them around the city. They don't need the benefit of this use anyway because they're intended for much more dense uses anyway. And accordingly, in the same way, that multifamily low-density use is added to the line where dwellings or row houses are, and again, where you can have that single-family structure with that lot size as a minimum, so too can you have a multifamily low density without needing to do the lot area calculation that you would today. I missed the yellow, but the 2, 3, and 4 unit gross floor area requirement is applicable, so that's the same all the way across the board, end to end. And for the lot coverages, impervious surface, and yard setbacks, we're just adding that same use in there. So it's, again, treated the same. Where you can have a single-family dwelling structure, you can have this low-density multifamily structure in the same way. And continuing on for the other yard requirements. And then there's that same footnote that, again, when we're calculating that 1,500, 2,250, or 3,000 gross floor area requirement, basement areas are not included with that. 12301 in our OR district, we're adding that new use category as permitted. Again, we don't have to touch the companion 12401 because it's all the same regardless of use, so no changes needed for that. Again, there were some interactions with some of the other bills that are currently sitting before the mayor where bulk and yard requirements are amended. The bill is proposing to add a little bit more of a building envelope, meaning that your buildings can get a little bit closer to property boundaries, can maybe get a little bit taller in some cases. That would make that space available for this new use, assuming that they are signed into law. Likewise, Bill 65 would eliminate minimum requirements for vehicle parkings. Absent that, the fourth unit, because 1, 2, and 3 dwelling unit buildings currently do not require off-street parking. But the fourth unit, if there is one today, would require 1 parking space. If Bill 65 is enacted, it would remove that minimum requirement as well. I walked through the history of conversions in the past, fast version. In the late 90s, there was a concern about how buildings were being cut up, so they created the conditional use conversion process. We noted that the concern of the day was with the conversions, not necessarily with density. So you could take a building today and knock it down and build it back identically, and then have a multifamily dwelling in a zone like R5 or R6 where you cannot do a conversion, but multifamily are permitted. And so as long as that new building that you build meets building requirements and zoning code bulk and density requirements, and until 65 is passed parking requirements, then you can have the multifamily where you could not do a conversion in the existing building. Okay. And then we talked a little bit about the state's evolving policy on accessory dwelling units and the bill that they passed for subordinate units of government to adopt some form of that by October of next year. If this bill is adopted in roughly the shape that it is in, we will outperform the state's intent in that regard. And I'll walk through a bit of the history of that, which I can go over that in details of how we did that, but you got the fast version of it. And I talked about that bill already, and I have some of the requirements there. If we're concerned about that, we can go back over it. And again, just a little bit of where is this going to happen. So these are our residential zoning districts. So this would be end-to-end R1A through R10 across the city. And just zooming in a little bit less of an eye chart. And then if you were to take the R1A through R4, those are the lesser dense half of the zoning districts for residential that are not eligible for conversions, not eligible for multifamily today. So these areas would gain that ability with this newly created use. And then the higher density residential, which is the R5 through R10, half of those areas, the darker olive colors, are the R7 and 8 that are eligible for conversions. In the lighter yellow color, that would require new construction for multifamily, but not conversion. And then we had a little bit of a percentage of how much of each zone is comprises the total area of the city versus just the residentially zoned land, in case that's of interest. And then in case it comes up, I want to thank Caitlin Audette and Antoine Heath, our design planners. They went through some mock-ups of what this may look like. And if we want to, I can go through some of those. If not, we will have them available.
Well, I think you should, please.
Okay. I'll turn it over to the team that created it, since they're the experts for that. Thank you.
Sure, yeah. And this was not super scientific. We really just kind of looked for vacant lots in various districts. So for R3, we found a vacant lot on the 3000 block of Oak Hill, which you can see is along the western edge of the city. So you can see that here's the context showing all the pink are owner-occupied. So this is in a community with a lot of owner-occupied properties, and we have this vacant lot. And here's an aerial view showing kind of what it looks like. And there's a foundation on the site. So again, just kind of understanding what are the vacant lots that we have in the city now in different zoning categories. So again, this is R3. And what does that mean? So the pink is the existing lot. The blue shows the buildable lot area, and that's with the setbacks that are in the City Council Bill 64. So the more generous setbacks. And then the adjacent properties are just from existing available models, just to kind of show context. If we were to build out fully what is available with the max height, end to end, this is the box that you would have potentially. But then there's also layers like design review. So we have the design manual and the landscape manual that have to be applied. So you could get 4 units. It would look maybe something like this. There's a lot of who knows. This is a quick potential. But this is, each color shows a different unit. That might be jarring to some folks and it might be acceptable to others, but this is just kind of showing what could be built. And then in R4, again, so this is another detached dwelling, and this is in Northeast, in the 5900 block of Sefton. And again, I just kind of opened up Code Map and looked for vacant lots. So no scientific method for how these lots were chosen. You can see, again, it's in a community that's mostly owner-occupied. That's what the pink signifies. Here's that vacant lot, again, adjacent to smaller style properties. And just another view. Okay. So what does that look like? The pink is the existing lot. The blue is the buildable area, again, with those additional setbacks through 64. And here's the box that could potentially be built out to. And here's what that could look like with 3 units, right? So you have each level being a different unit. And we're jumping to R7, so we kind of did the categories that we thought would be most impactful. So R7 looked at the 1700 block of Madison Avenue. Here's the example site. It's adjacent to an owner-occupied dwelling near the Utah Marshburn former site, just a block off of Utah. You can kind of see it's a missing tooth. Well, the rest of the block is fairly intact. Okay, so the pink is the existing lot. The blue shows the buildable lot, which requires a 10-foot front yard setback, 25-foot rear yard setback, no side yard setback, and again, the adjacent properties are approximate. So this is what you could build, which doesn't make a lot of sense. It has a 35-foot max building height, and so what we would require with the design manual, so the design manual states that if you're in a coordinated row, you have to be within 10% of that height. So the height has to match generally. You also, if there's a cornice line, you have to have something along the cornice line to match that, and we want you to match the floor-to-floor height so that the windows align with the adjacent in some manner. It doesn't have to be a historic-looking property. It can still be of its time and a contemporary design. So what we would require is a variance, which is kind of strange, to meet the design manual. So you can see, again, here, this is a 3-unit property. There could be a 4th unit in there. There's just no easy way to show that on an elevation. I apologize. And this is what, we'd fill in that missing tooth. So we thought this was an interesting, again, I picked a random vacant lot. No science behind that. And this was kind of showing the limits even of what the zoning would allow.
Ms. Audette?
Yeah.
Can't we just change the design manual?
Do we want to?
I don't know, but we can.
I don't think so. So I think if we go back to this, do we want to allow this? Do you think it would be appropriate to have a missing tooth building not meet the height of its adjacent properties within a coordinated row and not meet the setback of its properties? I think I would prefer this.
And for a little bit of context, in pre-1971, so the 31 era code was a dual map system. So there was a bulk and yard map, and then there was a separate use map. So depending on how they overlapped together, you could get buildings that were different sizes but had same uses, or different uses but same sizes. And in 71, when the more modern Euclidean style cascading form of zoning code was created, the planners of the day had to figure out the best fit for our more historic neighborhoods to get as close as they could. So this is an example where, though it's zoned R7 today, those existing structures are a bit larger than the zoning would assume should be there, but that's the closest that we could get at the time. So that's a non-conforming block and how it fits.
My takeaway was that it shows why the bulk and yard standards are sort of arbitrarily established, and so.
Yeah, so I'll pass it over to Antoine for R8.
All
did a similar process for the R8 zone. And this example was from the 500 block of Stricker Street. And this is the site right here. There's 3 empty parcels or lots along Stricker Street, surrounded by row homes flanked on both sides. You can see that opening right there, the arrow is pointing to it. This is what the street view is like. And this is a look at the pink area being the full lots and the blue area being what you can build with this new council bill. So slightly bigger than what's on the site in terms of the footprint. And if you were to build out to the max box, it'd be 45 feet in height. But to reiterate what Caitlin was saying, once you apply the design manual to it, because it's in a block where you have consistent looking row homes, they'd have to match the row homes that are there. So the footprint would be larger, but the height would have to be consistent. So this would be longer if you look at it from the top, but still consistent along the facade. And you could fit 4 units in each of these. These are about 3,000 square feet each.
And one note here is they could do another floor to get up to 45 feet, but that would need to be set back at least 10 feet from the front elevation. So per the design manual, there we do allow that additional height in a coordinated row, but we want to maintain that cornice line. Any questions?
Just thank you for the examples, very, very illustrative.
I was going to ditto, say the same thing. Again, it's very helpful to see a visual example. Thank you.
Ready for me, Mr. Chair?
We're ready for you.
Okay. Tim Keene, Director of Planning for the City of Baltimore. I'm going to present our recommendation here, which is in favor of the bill, but I did want to provide some background before we get into Q&A, if I can, please. So our recommendation is for approval of the bill as presented. As you all know well, zoning is an important tool for us to help in the shaping of the city and its neighborhoods. It's certainly not everything and has its limitations. Nevertheless, ideally, we regulate development of land. Ideally, the way we regulate development of land is consistent with the many other things we do to build the city we want. It can be helpful to further efforts to make a diversity of housing, give more people options for how they get around their neighborhood and city. It can help accentuate the physical characteristics that make Baltimore distinctive, and it can help develop a city that we can pay for its infrastructure and services. Most cities in this country made new zoning rules in the mid-20th century that assumed from then on we would have predominantly 2 housing types, single-family homes and big apartment buildings. In Baltimore's case, that was 1971 when that zoning ordinance was adopted. Those new rules also prescribed that everyone in the city would drive a car for every trip they take. For most cities, especially older ones like Baltimore, these rules were not at all like the cities they regulated. It was only then that we said from here forward, most of the land in our neighborhoods must only have 1 dwelling unit on each parcel. Forever. Since 2017, the City of Baltimore has been taking steps to reform its zoning to more closely resemble the city that it is. This bill is an important part of that process. As Mr. Tiso has outlined, this amendment to our zoning ordinance would permit more than just 1 dwelling unit on each parcel of residentially zoned land, up to 4 residences. It says that to do this, you must have at least 750 square feet for each residence within the building to ensure we have a variety of unit sizes. To get to 4 residences, therefore, the building would need to be at least 3,000 square feet. To be clear, this provision, this bill, does not require more than 1 residence on each parcel of land. It makes that an option. Residents of Baltimore have varied perspectives on this amendment that you're considering, that we're considering today. I think we should acknowledge these important perspectives. Everyone that I have spoken to on this topic has clearly had the best in mind for the city and their neighborhood. I would suggest that everyone is proposing how they truly feel zoning should be used to further a healthier city. It's also true that we have for a long period of time relied heavily on zoning in unrealistic and unhelpful ways, albeit well-intentioned. Zoning has become so cumbersome, it favors experts like experienced developers, builders, and their consultants. And we need all these experts. But we should also be making rules that more residents can use to build wealth and stay in Baltimore. I suggest this bill moves us a step in that direction. Additionally, while a change in zoning like this will not solve all our housing affordability issues or mobility issues, they are one of many steps that we must take in that direction. Experience from other cities over the past 10 or so years indicate there will not be dramatic, rapid change that results. It will be highly incremental. But that's the point of a change like this. It's directional. It's about laws reflecting our goals and values as a community. A few examples from other places that have taken similar actions. The state, you all probably know this, but the state of Washington passed a bill that mandates multiple dwelling units on single-family lots. This is for the whole state. For towns and cities in Washington state, if you're more than 75,000 people, it requires 4 units be permitted on each lot. If you're near transit in any of those single-family zones, it says you have to be at least 6 units per lot. The city of Calgary passed a bill permitting up to 12 dwelling units on each single-family lot, 4 principal units, 4 what called secondary suites or accessory apartments, and then 4 backyard suites to get you to 12. Other places have tied increased density to affordability, allowing 4 units per lot by right, up to 8 units if 1 is affordable, and up to 12 if 2 are affordable. So there's lots of variety of ways in which cities have been working on this for a number of years. I understand that in some ways it doesn't matter what other places do, of course. Each city is different. But I'd suggest Baltimore has a unique opportunity to bake in diversity of housing into its zoning before it's too late. Displacement typically happens and really accelerates in single-family neighborhoods as property values increase and smaller, more affordable single-family homes are replaced by much larger and expensive ones. Or larger old historic buildings are renovated for a single residence as those property values go up. The time to address this issue in our zoning is not after it's happened. You have to do this before that process has taken hold throughout the city. Once it's taken hold, it's almost impossible to do this. Allowing up to 4 dwelling units on each lot does not mandate the 4. It permits 2, 3, or 4. It permits some variety and choice. We think this is an appropriate continuation of zoning reform in Baltimore, and in the long run will help us foster a greater diversity of housing, more transportation choices, and help build a city we can afford. Just a final note, when we made these zoning ordinances in the middle 20th century, we were not at that time experts in sprawl. We became experts in sprawl over many years. Now, we need to become experts in growing in the opposite direction. For every reason you can imagine. By we becoming experts, I mean city government, neighborhoods, builders, architects, engineers, residents, everyone. We all need to become experts in growing in the opposite direction. And an ordinance like this and the others that you have deliberated on and have gone to council, this is a collection of things that allows us to do that, allows us to move in the opposite direction, because so many of these laws were simply about spreading us out as far as you can go, and we just can't do that anymore. So that's the conclusion of the background behind our recommendation of approval, and we can, I guess, take questions now, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Director Keene, very much for your remarks. Commission, let's start with questions for our own staff, and we can then turn to what I'm sure will be a fairly long list of people who wish to testify. Are there questions for our planning staff? Want to hear some testimony first?
Just wanted to, I guess, more comment, but acknowledge or double click on, you mentioned even Calgary having 12 units, which is a lot more than the 4 before us today. So.
Yeah, I guess, let me just ask this question, Director, if you don't mind. I guess I'm just trying to, here's the ultimate question. In your opinion, having done this in more places certainly than I have done it, how big a step, big a deal, big a thing do you think this is? You've talked about other places that have, you've mentioned sometimes sorted according to other attributes, affordable housing, transit. You've talked about Calgary having 12. I'm looking, frankly, for a little bit of a reality check from someone who is recently arrived and who is an expert in the area to just give us some context about what that means, because I feel like on this issue, it depends a little bit on just sort of how you see it. If you have 1 now, 4 might seem like a lot, but is it? So could you just give us a bit?
I'll speak to this. We've come to play so much on these actions we take around zoning. This is part of what I say about zoning has become this kind of unrealistic and in some ways unhelpful exercise. We kind of put all of our energy around this, and often it results in stalemate. As you know, we can't move very much in any direction. We're just kind of paralyzed because we've created all these rules that have us stuck. Which is why action like this, I think, is most helpful, because you're into the, rather than incremental kind of zone by zone, debate by debate, per parcel, discussion around zoning, you're doing it citywide, and you're saying, where are we going as a city? What are we trying to achieve here? So this is the best context, I think, for having discussions like this. When you're talking about citywide kinds of rules, it makes it harder because everybody's affected, right? It's not just one neighborhood, it's everybody. I think it's not going to be dramatic change, as I said. I think it will be not dramatic in the sense of it happening so quickly and neighborhoods changing. I think people will make different choices. There'll still be plenty of single family homes in the city, but then you can go to many neighborhoods in Baltimore and see a variety of housing types that have been just fine for many years. A building with 5-6 units, then a single family home, some row houses. There's quite a variety. That's what's envisioned. It won't happen fast, but it's an important, as I said, kind of directional decision for the community. You look at the map that Eric showed of how much of the city we've said can only be 1 unit. And again, I understand this is a city with lots of dynamics related to, we have vacant housing we're seeking to fill, or lots of efforts around neighborhood revitalization and community development, all part of this stuff we need to be doing. But again, I think that a law like this is best to put in place now before it gets away from you, as I said. So I hope that gets close to answering your question, Mr. Chair. I can keep going on.
No, it's helpful, and I think let's see where the conversation goes. And you should feel free, I might say, to add your voice along the way. I think the Planning Commission is, I think, considered to have some subject matter expertise, but you are the planning director, and you're considered to have, I think, even more subject matter expertise, and I know we would benefit from that. So as the discussion goes along, I would invite you to feel free to comment, in fact, to ask questions if you think were helpful, to help us sort of through this conversation, because it is an important conversation. So I want to invite you to participate in it. Okay. So we're now going to turn to public testimony, which we will try and organize as best as possible. I love that we have online access and testimony. The problem is It'd be better if we could hear from people who are either opposed or supporting in one chunk, just to sort of get it's easier, I think, to digest that information, frankly, as someone trying to listen to it. But we can't, it's hard to do that online because it doesn't organize that way. So what we'll do is we'll first start with the audience. I will ask folks to come up in those two groups, and I'll explain in a moment. And then when we go to the online folks, we will just have to take good notes, which I plan to do. So let's start off with people who are here who wish to speak in opposition to the bill. Please raise your hands, and I will, okay. Ms. Bland-Thomas, you're already standing up, so you must be first.
I've been sitting in pain, and I just need to get my heart over.
Sorry.
Thank you, Eric.
And again, you'll have 3 minutes, and I hope everybody understands the need to have a time limit. It's just not practical otherwise. So the staff will be keeping time over there, and my job will be the unpleasant part, which is to try and remind people that your time has expired.
It's good. Okay.
Ma'am.
Hello, my name is Betty Bland-Thomas. I'm the president of Historic Sharp-Leadenhall, and I just want to really make a statement. I think all three of these bills have been given the fast track. One of my concerns is that not enough community had a chance to share before it became a bill what their thinking are. I respect the expertise of our planning director, but you've not lived in Baltimore long enough. The other cities that you identified have had some problems, major problems with the direction that they took. So my concern is, and it's more so a comment, is that I will support change, but I think the process is so important so that all parties of diversity can have an input. This city has historically eliminated the voices of the Black residents in Baltimore City who primarily live in urban areas. And where they live, they've been there for quite some time. And so we are already, and I feel in South Baltimore, very dense, with gentrification, and so forth. And yet we're a historic area. And yet we're not getting that true recognition, about that. So my comment is, in closing, we didn't ask for this. You didn't even come to us to ask us what we thought of this. And I think you're eliminating what I would call the democratic process of engagement before you rush these three bills, because there's a thread, they're related. These three bills, we will see in the end what your decisions have made, because we're going to make a report card on what has happened in our city. And I want it to be noted, we didn't support this. It was not enough engagement. We don't have the technical resources to make these kinds of decisions and see the importance of it. I'm a homeowner who lives next door to a homeowner. If she decides to increase her dwelling unit, it's going to affect my unit. I'm a homeowner that lives near sports facilities. The streets aren't widened. As these densities increase, all these cars cannot travel on the same road. It affects the quality of life. So I think the fact that we, the residents, are the ones who elect our political representatives, you need to hear our voices more, because these three bills are greatly going to change, I believe, the character of Baltimore City. People are moving in Baltimore, they're leaving in Baltimore. These new developments aren't 100% occupied. There's a great deal of vacancies in that. Over 800,000 people, I won't say just in Baltimore, but in the region, have been laid off, federal workers. So where's the money going to come from, for these larger developments who are planning not to have parking put in if these bills pass? There's a trickling effect that's very alarming, and I don't think enough thought has been given in this decision. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bland-Thomas, I know this may be impolite, but if it's easier for you to stand, please feel free. If standing is easier than sitting for you in the audience, please do.
I think I'm going to go ahead and go home.
Thank you, ma'am. I think the woman behind you, is that correct? Did you have your hand up? Would you please come up?
Hi, my name is Christina Shepard Devereaux. I'm a staff attorney at Community Law Center. and I am here on behalf of the Community Law Center to oppose this bill. Excuse me, because I just wrote my notes as I was sitting there just now. I just actually moved back to Baltimore after spending the past 12 years, first in the urban planning department at the University of Southern California, and then most recently at the University of California, San Diego, where I taught land use law and land use planning and real estate law. So Betty Bland Thomas, who is a client of Community Law Center, said it beautifully: listen to the residents here, or at least don't purport to be helping them when you're not listening to them. We have opposed essentially for one reason. Nothing in this bill provides for affordable housing, and nothing in this bill will create affordable housing. The examples you gave of Washington and Calgary are completely different places. The examples that have upzones of 4 units and 12 units have attachments of affordable units. If you upzone to 12 units in San Diego or even to 4 units, you have to provide affordable units. Increasing supply is not going to make prices go down. We all know that Baltimore City real estate is not a closed market. We have real estate investment trusts. I know you all know that. We're not talking about a closed market where if you increase supply, prices will go down. It's just not that simple. You have to attach an affordability provision to this bill. You can go ahead and pass it, but you need to make sure that it does something for the affordability crisis that Baltimoreans are facing. And right now, it does nothing. And once you pass that bill and the number of units increases and we've upzoned, there's no going back. You can't put in the affordability provision later. It has to go in now. The information about displacement being based on single-family homes is outdated. We faced sprawl decades ago in Baltimore City. The problem we're facing right now in Baltimore City is displacement because of high-rent small units going in, which is another thing that we need to think about. In San Diego, not only are they increasing density with an affordability requirement, they're thinking, the planning department currently is saying, it's not enough to do just an affordability requirement. We need to have an affordability requirement with 3 bedrooms so we can house families. The Planning Commission and the Planning Department needs to be more creative here and really think about the affordability of housing for Baltimoreans. This is not enough. And it's not going to do the trick, it's going to do the opposite. And I think a lot of us know that. Thank you.
May I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
I'm just, I'm trying to reason my way through this truly. And
Yeah.
if you have a large vacant structure that cannot be used economically as a single-family home, and you instead acquire it and develop it and turn it into, has many units between 1 and 4 that you need to make the numbers work. How is that not creating more housing? And because those units presumably are smaller, and I think there's a real need to create smaller units in Baltimore to meet the market, so 750 is the minimum. I'm just trying to understand how that is not achieving both the goals of dealing with vacant homes and also creating smaller and therefore less expensive units. I certainly understand that you're not creating mandated, governmentally required, you're not picking an AMI. I'm just trying to understand how that works in the market and why what I've just said is not true. And I'm not being confrontational. I'm just asking.
Because of the market. Because empirically, we find that when there is a market, and there is a market in Baltimore City, when you let a developer build to meet the market, they're not going to build affordable. So we're not going to get affordable units from this. You know that. I mean, we know that.
I don't know. I mean, why not?
Because you're not mandating it. They can make them as expensive as they want.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not. I appreciate it. I'm not trying to get into a debate about it. I'm really just trying to tease out the underlying premise.
Empirically, it's what we've seen. We've seen it in places like Charlottesville. We've seen it in San Diego. We've seen it in LA. We've seen it in DC. We've seen it in Brooklyn. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
I know the rhetoric around it, and I know in California they passed it, but it hasn't worked. You need to attach an affordability provision to it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
My other question was, is Community Law Center representing Sharp Leadenhall or?
No, we have in the past. No, they've just been a client in the past. No, but not right now.
So this is just
I'm here on behalf of Community Law Center as an organization.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Okay. Hands were up. Yes, sir, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Russell Poole, and I'm a resident of Mayfield. I actually live right down the street from Ryan Dorsey. He helped me get a tree removed from my house, and I really hope that he will still make eye contact with me and say hello after my testimony, because I don't dislike him as a person. So what I have heard the mayor and advocates for this bill say time and time again is that it's going to lower rents and it is going to undo a lot of the racist housing policy in Baltimore. And I think that's good. That's a great thing. I love the spirit of that. However, just looking at like the numbers and the statistics available, I don't think that's actually going to happen. So let's look at the rent decrease statement first. A Pew study has found that adding more housing does affect rent prices, but it doesn't actually lower them. It only slows the increase of rent over time, and not by that much. The Pew study found that if you add 10% housing to an area, then rents rise at about 1.4% slower than they normally would. And the reason I don't think Baltimore would even see that is because Baltimore, to go to your point about like vacant lots and vacant housing, already has 7% vacant housing in the city. 12,600 buildings are listed as vacant, and there's probably more than that. So you could, in theory, just take this out of the equation. You could rezone specific areas that have the most vacant housing, make them even 2 units, and all of a sudden you have 14% more housing than you did before. But that's not going to affect, like, you're changing neighborhoods that already have existing single-family homes when there's an abundance of vacancies. And the other issue that we have is the exacerbation of racist housing policy. I do believe that this bill is going to exacerbate that issue, specifically the issues that are persistent in terms of redlining. I've lived in Baltimore for a few years now. It is probably the most obvious case of redlining I've ever seen in a city, and it is very heartbreaking. But redlining isn't necessarily going to be solved by lowering rents, which again, this bill won't even do. It is going to be solved by giving people opportunities to acquire and accrue wealth. Baltimore, only 47.5% of Baltimore residents own their homes, far lower than the national average of 65. And considering that Baltimore's poverty rate is sitting at 20.8% and the median household income is less than $60,000, the only people who are going to have enough equity to buy and convert homes or even build homes in vacant lots are going to be wealthy people and corporations. And multiple studies have shown that when corporations buy housing, housing prices go up. So it's going to make it a lot harder for people of medium and low income to actually buy houses and keep houses in Baltimore. So again, I really love the spirit of this bill. I really do. We all want to lower rents. We all want to undo racist housing policy like redlining. But if you want to do that, you can pass a rent freeze. You can reparations, honestly, like give people more money, make it easier to get a path to home ownership. But this bill is really only going to give more power and land to the wealthy and to corporations, which does not help the everyday citizen of Baltimore. And I do believe it is your obligation as public servants to look out for the middle and low income communities that you serve. So
Thanks, Mr. Poole. One quick question. So your position is not merely that it would not address redlining, but it would exacerbate?
I do believe so, just given the numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Murphy, please.
Good afternoon. I'm John C. Murphy. I introduce myself as a broken down, over the hill lawyer. Not quite. I'm still practicing. I enjoy it. I'd like to get one point across to this group. If you pass this bill, the only place a person can acquire a home in a neighborhood that is designated for single family will be Roland Park, Guilford, or Homeland, all of which are restricted by covenants to allow only single-family ownership in the single-family designated neighborhoods. I think this is a horrible imposition on the purpose of people to live in single-family neighborhoods. One thing I didn't hear mentioned today, despite a lengthy presentation, was the concept of home ownership. People want to own their homes. It's the American dream. You save money for your down payment. You pay the mortgage off over 30 years or so, and you end up with equity in your home, which can help finance the retirement. Whether you like that or not, that's what people want. In the counties surrounding Baltimore, the proportion is above 65%. It's up to 75%. People want that. They want to live in single-family neighborhoods. If you pass this bill, the only place you can do that in Baltimore City will be Roland Park, Guilford, and Homeland. Many, many city residents do not have the resources to live in those neighborhoods. Those are very upscale neighborhoods. That is the reality here. There is no escaping it, none whatsoever. The concept of home ownership is central to people's psyches. They want to own a home. And they want to live in a neighborhood where they know that their next door neighbor is going to be a homeowner. And the people down the street are homeowners. And it's a uniform standard. You're taking away, you're not expanding the opportunities here. You're taking it away. You're telling Baltimore residents there is no place for you in a single-family neighborhood aside from Roland Park, Homeland, and Guilford. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Stevenson.
May I respond to Mr. Murphy?
Of course, Mr. Murphy, I think Mr. Stevenson has a question or comment.
So just on the statement that if this bill passes, the only place someone will be able to find a single-family home is in one of those covenant neighborhoods.
That's correct.
Is alarmist, and it is not correct. It assumes that every house in the city would be converted overnight.
Every house has the potential to be converted.
Well,
every house has the potential.
Every house has the legal ability to be converted, but in order for it to have the potential, we need to see an influx of millions of people to fill that many new units in a short time. So as Director Keene said, you know, I believe that these changes are important, but they will certainly be gradual.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think Roland Park, Homeland, and Guilford have covenants that restrict to single family?
I'm not going to answer that question. That's a trap.
Why do you think they do? They do it because that's the potential, and they don't want people to have that potential.
Lastly, I would just say you made another assertion that I would like to push back on, which is that everyone wants the same thing. And, you know, it's certainly not true across generations that everyone wants to own a single family
I agree
house.
totally, but you're taking that opportunity away from everyone, from everyone. No It's ands or buts about it.
Yeah. Are you done, Mr. Vice Chair? Okay, let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Murphy? Thank you, sir.
This is a comment about the Senate Bill 891 too, that would seem to allow ADUs in Guilford and Homeland and Roland Park as well. So something to put out
So
there.
just to be clear, you're a little bit of shorthand there. We have to evaluate the impact of the state ADU policy, which is going to mandate in these very same neighborhoods, at least accessory dwelling units, which is my understanding of the state law. We didn't get into this. I think we mentioned it last time, is that what it really is driving at are either additions, physical additions to buildings, or standalone outbuildings to the extent that the lot permits. And that's coming regardless of any of these things, and I think actually regardless of the covenants.
Right.
If I understand.
That's why I'm pushing back on the assertion to us that Mr. Murphy made.
Okay, all right. Sir, Mr. Duff.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Mr. Keene, welcome to Baltimore. I'm Charlie Duff. I, for 40 years, was president of Jubilee Baltimore. I've been chair of the Patterson Park Community Development Corporation. And very few people have spent more time worrying about Baltimore's neighborhoods than I have, or trying to do something about it. I'm here today speaking for my neighborhood association in Bolton Hill, and also for some of our neighbors in Madison Park, in Marble Hill, in Reservoir Hill. And I'm here to look at you and say thank you. Because back in 2023, 2 years ago, the last time you considered this bill, we think you got it right. And I came here just to say that, and thank you very much, and make sure you understand how cool you are, and then go sit down. Two things have happened. One is I ran into Commissioner McCoach in the lobby, and he wasn't quite sure what I was going to say, so I think I'd better say it. What you did 2 years ago was 2 units as of right, beyond 2 units, review that would allow community input. Now, whether that is with the city council or with the zoning board, that's up to the council. We don't have an opinion on that. But 2 units as of right, and beyond that, a review that gets communities involved in it. And I also came to suggest a couple of tweaks. One is a tweak having to do with the vacant house rebuilding campaign. We have 14,000 vacant houses, more or less, 20 to 30,000 vacant lots. Nobody seems to know how many. And it might be an interesting idea to apply the provisions of 25-0066 to buildings that are on the vacant buildings list and to the city's vacant lots. If this is a good idea, you wouldn't be taking away anything from existing homeowners. So that might be worth looking at. Second thing is, I think you're aware that there's an awful lot of rather irresponsible investment capital coming into a lot of Baltimore neighborhoods nowadays. At the moment, it's confined to single-family houses that have fairly low sale prices. I was talking the other day to Alan Malik. Alan has done a lot of work for the city and for various Baltimore foundations, and I think he knows more than anybody in the United States about housing markets in middling cities like Baltimore. We're not as strong as Seattle, we're not as weak as Cleveland, we're sort of a mid-range city. What Alan says is he would expect all of this new investment capital, all of these outside investors, to start buying large family houses out Liberty Heights Avenue, out Gwynns Falls Parkway, out the Harford Road. And I don't know if you know Marita Goodman at Go Northwest. That's, I think, why Marita is very, very strongly opposed to this. So the other thing that's happened is that I came, yeah.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up. I'm sorry,
Wrap
just
up?
in interest
Okay.
of time. Thank you.
What I've heard is so good that I think we really need to step back and get an expert look at this. I came with a simple message, which is 2 units, and I would ask you to make it more complicated and to say, let's actually look and see what would happen. There are a lot of unintended consequences here.
Thank you, sir. Questions for the gentleman? Thank you, sir.
Great.
Okay, is there anybody else? Ms. Floyd, please.
That's what I was debating saying too. Yeah. While Ms. Floyd's coming up, I was also going to correct the record that for Housing Commissioner Kennedy, the number of VBNs right now are 12,329, so it's going down.
Before my time begins, I would like to ask a sort of procedural rule type question. Because this is the mayor's request, and because the mayor has a vote here today, would Mr. Williams be recusing himself? Because of course his vote pretty much has to be in favor. Would he be recusing himself since it is the mayor's request?
Well, we hear administration bills regularly, Ms. Floyd, and the
It's
mayor's
just a
office is
question.
never. The answer is no, and I would
Okay.
also point out, and I was going to say this later, I'll say it now, I'll say it again later. Our action here is merely a recommendation, as you well know, to the city council. The city council has the legal authority to pass or not pass this bill. I think we are here to provide merely a recommendation, and moreover, the mayor's representative votes all the time on things that are mayor's initiatives. If you went down that list, it would be
Okay.
a whole lot of our agenda.
It was just a question. Thanks.
I'm
Okay,
sure there
my
was a
name-
point to the question.
I wanted to not use my time for it. That was the point.
No, I understand, but I'm sure there was a point. Regardless, please, your
Okay.
time will begin now, and thank
Okay,
you very much.
so my name is Joan Floyd, and I really hope that we, the people, are not paying the salary of whoever came up with this. The mayor wants to announce that he has ended single-family zoning in Baltimore. I get that. To do that, he has to go around the accepted way of calculating density, which is units per land area, because that way results in limiting some lots to a single unit. So the administration's solution is this bill that says a 750 square foot lot and a 2-acre lot can have the same number of units. Brilliant, one size fits all, absolute genius. But there's more. This bill also expressly prohibits the very thing the General Assembly and Governor have told us we must allow, which is a separate ADU on that 2-acre lot. Just mentioned. Like I said, I really hope we are not paying whoever wrote this bill. I am here in the Planning Department, at the Planning Commission, wondering why you are not actively educating everyone about the ADU mandate that applies to properties with detached single-family homes in more than 100 city neighborhoods. Why are you not working transparently to meet the state's enactment deadline instead of processing this bill? I want to put it on the record that this is abusive of our personal time and attention. It is wasteful of our public resources. It is misleading to residents all over the city, and it certainly appears to violate a state mandate that we have just 11 months to comply with. Finally, we might not have to be doing this if we had the same rights as citizens in neighboring jurisdictions, meaning if we had the power that they have to petition an ordinance to referendum, which is one of the specific recommendations of the Mayor's Charter Commission and is way overdue. Way overdue. If we had that power, City Hall might actually have to care what we think. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, questions for Ms. Floyd? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else in the audience physically who wishes to speak in opposition? Is there anybody in the audience physically who wishes to speak in support? Seeing, in the back? Councilman, you're welcome to speak now, later, whatever your preference is.
Come up a little bit later.
That's fine.
Thank you.
While we get the online testimony.
Yeah, let's finish, we'll get through the online
While we
testimony.
get that prepared, I just want to also correct the record that the bills was introduced by the council president at the request of the administration, but also co-sponsored by council members Dorsey, Gray, and Blanchard. This wasn't just the mayor yesterday deciding to put this legislation in on his own.
That is a fair point. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay. I think we're just going to have to take them in the order that makes these easiest for you, and we'll just make sure we take notes about people's positions. So I'll leave it to you to call on folks. Do you have any idea how many we have, just so we have a little bit of a head?
We have 5 hands raised at the moment, and we're just going to start at the top and move down.
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
first up is Jody Landers. Mr. Landers, I've unmuted you. You need to unmute on your end now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Great. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but thanks for the opportunity to testify. I did send the members of the commission a newspaper article that appeared recently in the Philadelphia papers, how 1 out of 4 properties in Philadelphia were purchased by investor groups and converted to rental units. And that's what I testified to before. But let me just say, I think we need to acknowledge that Baltimore's population decline did not happen because of a lack of housing. The lack of housing units was never a critical factor. It was crime, schools, drugs, taxes, and density, quality of life in neighborhoods that all contributed to the flight of population. The notion that simply adding rental units carved out of the existing single-family, predominantly owner-occupied houses will bring growth is completely unfounded and short-sighted. I had the opportunity to go back and listen to the Planning Commission and testimony or comments at the end of the last hearing from various commissioners. And if I could, I'd just like to address some of those. Commissioner Stevens and Jolyn talked about affordability and talked about vacants, but there's nothing in this bill that's targeted to affordability, and there's nothing in this bill that's targeted to vacants. Commissioner McCoach talked about how on his tour Live Baltimore, he was so impressed with how stable and strong the neighborhoods were in Northeast Baltimore. But then he completely glossed over the fact that it's predominantly single family and predominantly owner occupied. And one of the reasons it's remained so is because of the prohibition on conversions. Commissioner Horn talked about unintended consequences and equity matters. Where is the equity in neighborhoods that are now predominantly Black families owning homes to say we're changing the rules now? We're no longer going to have single family neighborhoods. We're going to allow multifamily dwellings anywhere in your neighborhood as a matter of right. I don't see that as an equity issue. Commissioner Griffin talked about why we are assuming most of these conversions would be rentals, because that, in fact, is where the market is. She also mentioned the condominium law. The reason that we don't convert single house, detached houses with 1 or 2 units to condominiums is it's completely unaffordable and impractical. The condominium law under the state of Maryland alone, Title 11, is 78 pages long. The legal and administrative costs to creating a condo regime would put all type of housing out of the reach of most people. Councilman Bullock talked about neighborhoods. Now that it's blanketing most neighborhoods, it's generating opposition. But in fact, and Councilor Murphy pointed this out, it doesn't cover all neighborhoods. Neighborhoods with private covenants are not going to be affected by this.
Mr. Landers, can I just ask you to wrap up, please, sir?
I'm getting to you, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine. I can take it, but I just need you to wrap up.
I mean, I think, you all had an opportunity to comment. I'm just commenting on your comments.
I don't think that's the way it works. I think you have 3 minutes, Mr. Landers, but go ahead.
You talked about the horrible legacy of single-family zoning without talking about racial redlining, without talking about mortgage discrimination. Single-family zoning in and of itself is not discriminatory. All zoning is exclusionary. And my last point is that this is the most pernicious aspect of this bill. Because now that many of these affordable neighborhoods are predominantly Black-owned houses, the city has the audacity and the city leadership to say, we're going to change the rules and we're going to create more housing units out of your existing single-family neighborhoods that you've made an investment in. Homeowners make an investment in neighborhoods. Renters are just passing through. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Maybe someone else can cut their time down. Mr. Landers can devote. So what's next, please?
Next up is Deb O'Neill. Deb, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm a 73-year-old homeowner, live in North Ridgely's Delight for the last 36 years, and I don't have to look at some town outside of Baltimore to know what's going to happen because we already have that in my neighborhood. We are the preferred place for the students at the University of Maryland to live. And although people have not gone through some zoning exercise to do this, people in this neighborhood primarily rent by the room with shared common space. So we have the effect of what this bill is going to do already happening and has been happening for many years in my neighborhood. As a result, we have virtually no owner occupants left. We have a very transient population. They're lovely people, but they are not invested and they are not involved to a very large extent. Makes it very, very hard to keep the community going and growing and thriving the way that it has in the past. We have seen the impacts of the development that has taken place this way and also by converting C3 properties into multiple large apartment buildings in my neighborhood with no improvement in the infrastructure. The impact on parking has been devastating. Even though we have vacant properties in the neighborhood, the rents remain extremely high for what you were getting. And the size of the properties that people are renting are extremely small, but they're still paying a lot of money. And what we do see is that when there are properties for sale, they go to people who buy them as investment properties. I spend more time than I want to think about trying to deal with landlords who do not maintain their properties. I'm speaking on behalf of a number of my neighbors here in North Ridgely's, and we are asking you, please, to take this back to the neighborhoods and let us have comments on this, consider our input, and make amendments as appropriate. Thanks for considering my input.
Thank you, ma'am. Does the commission have questions for Ms. O'Neill? And you said North Ridgely's Delight, is that correct?
Yep, it's above Washington Boulevard and below West Pratt.
Yep, thank you. Just wanted to be clear in my notes. Okay, next person,
Next up
please.
is Alexandra Gordon. You've been unmuted.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Gordon. I'm a resident of District 3 in Mayfield, and I wasn't going to speak today, but hearing others speak compelled me to raise my hand on the WebEx. I echo the thoughts of others. It's disturbing how little community engagement there has been on this bill and its sister bills. One of the sponsors of the bill from the council has not even engaged his own district, District 3, to speak on this. One of the earlier speakers spoke for a period of time identifying examples of how this would affect vacant housing and seemingly only vacant housing, as if this bill would only affect vacant homes. The planning department has given little focus on how this affects our occupied housing, as you've heard many others speak on this afternoon. Has the planning department or the bill sponsored commissioned formal studies by third parties to better understand how this bill will affect communities with single family homes? Have there been any studies commissioned to understand how this bill will affect class sizes, property tax intake, or any other metric that can guide constituents to understand how this bill will affect their day-to-day lives, whether tomorrow or years from now? I hear members of the commission state they are, quote, certain the changes will happen overnight. I don't see any scientific basis or analysis that stands that statement up. I'm proud to live in Baltimore and I'm proud of our communities. I'm proud to be a Black homeowner here. I implore the Planning Commission to vote against the bill, and I implore the bill's sponsors at a minimum to perform the legwork to better understand how this bill might affect Baltimore communities before imposing such a sweeping law on its constituents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you for deciding to speak. We appreciate it. Any questions for this witness? Hearing none? Okay, next, please.
Next up is Jed Weeks. You've been unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. Larry and members of the commission. My name is Jed Weeks. I live in Remington, a neighborhood that voted to support this legislation in a letter you should have in your file, but I'm just speaking for myself today as a homeowner and resident. We're having this conversation in the context of a housing and economy report released earlier this month by the state comptroller saying that Maryland is seeing a significant loss of residents to other states, specifically states with less regulated and lower cost housing. So we absolutely have to do something. I've heard a lot of critique that this package of bills has been rushed and that many residents don't know what's going on and that their voices are therefore not present in this conversation and that nobody is asking for this. I don't know that I believe that critique, but let's just assume for a minute that it's true. If it's true, we should be looking at any available data that can help guide us to understand what residents who haven't participated want beyond what we're just hearing in this Planning Commission hearings. For example, we could look to 2024 polling that focused on these issues, asking Marylanders how they would fix the housing shortage. Unsurprisingly, given the Housing and Economy Report, Maryland voters want to see change. A majority, 53%, support allowing townhomes, duplexes, and apartments in areas zoned for single-family homes. Okay, well, that's not Baltimore, you may say. But they did survey a statistically significant representative population of Baltimoreans. And in Baltimore City, that majority actually grows to 75% who support this measure. And overall support for the policy is actually stronger with Black respondents than white respondents. That support may be why the candidates who proposed these policies in Baltimore City won their elections. I support this legislation, but I more wanted to focus on the voices that aren't here today, the voices that everyone in the room says they want to be heard. And the evidence we have available to us says that they support this legislation too. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Mr. Weeks from the commission? Hearing none, thank you. We'll move to the next
Next
person.
up is David. You've been unmuted.
Hello, my name's David. I live in Beachfield neighborhood of Baltimore City, and I live in a single-family home, and I have heard a lot of people saying that there is going to be an imposition on single-family homes. Right now, I feel like there's an imposition on me that I can't do anything to update my home in a way that would be beneficial to my community. I live very close to several colleges, and I would love to be able to host college students in my home, but as it stands, I am unable to. I'd just like to reiterate that I support this bill.
Thank you. Sir, do you mind giving us your last name for the record? Is that okay?
Yes, it's Bjorndalen, Bjorndalen.
Thanks, and thanks for spelling that. Okay, questions for this gentleman? Seeing none, next item, next person, please, sorry.
Next up is Kathleen Katarba. You've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me, folks? Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I was a public servant for Baltimore City for many years at the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. And what maybe you may not know, you probably wouldn't, is before that, I worked for many years for the well-regarded Mayor William Donald Schaefer. And he had a message that I'd like to share. I think it's apropos. He would tell us at the staff meeting every Monday, people first. And what I have to say, my husband and I have sent a letter with many of the points that have been raised by the other speakers. But there are two points that I'd like to speak about today. One is what seems to be an absence of design planning in the package of bills. I would have to tell you, and I think you know this already, People do not live in numbers and they do not live in boxes. They live in homes and communities. Baltimore has a history. We've made some terrible mistakes. I won't go into those, but we have a history of building on our strengths. And appropriate community design is so important. So, how will you ever enforce design when you have a one-size-fits-all plan for the whole neighborhood? The second point, I call this point, be a good neighbor. Be a good neighbor. There's so much talk about NIMBY and inequality, which we want to repair this so that there is more equality in housing, affordability, and opportunities for everybody. But there's a simple principle. I imagine most of you live in Baltimore City. And I'm not in the room, otherwise I would ask you, would you kindly raise your hand if you own a home in Baltimore City, or hopefully you live somewhere in Baltimore City. It's a wonderful city. There's a principle, not what is it that your neighbor will do. Do you want to surprise your neighbors? Do you want to go ahead and build to what you're allowed to do in this new zoning, if it passes, and surprise them when they come next door, when there's construction people and you're building a project that's going to fill your lot line or come 5 feet closer to your neighbor's house, or there's moving trucks and you're going to have more units. Be a good neighbor. Do you really want to do this? So I would just close with that, and with the William Donald Schaefer, people first. There, I looked at the most recent American Community Survey, and there, as of 2023, there were an estimated 187,955 single-family homes in Baltimore, and that includes the detached and semi-detached. And from what I could find, the notification process used by the Planning Commission and Planning Department is through Gov Delivery.
Ma'am, can I ask you to wrap up, Ms. Katarba, please?
I'd be glad to. If your notification goes to 17,000 people and organizations, not all are homeowners, but 17,000, assuming that it went to 17,000 single-family homeowners, that would only be about 9%. So in closing, there's about another 90% of the city that is probably unaware of all of this. So please be a good neighbor and think about the people of Baltimore first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Questions for Ms. Katarba from the commission? Seeing none? Okay. Do we have someone next?
Next up is Jay. You've been unmuted.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jonathan Sussman, and I don't have too much time to talk, but I am a Harlem Park resident, and I am a homeowner there for about a year and a half, and I just want to say I am in support of this bill.
Is that it, sir?
Yes, he's
Yes, that is it.
That's fine. No, I just didn't want to cut you off. Thank you very much. That evens out Mr. Lander's time now, so we're good. Okay.
And the last person is BLW. You've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Becky Witt. Until August, I was the executive director at BMZA. Before that, I was a staff attorney at Community Law Center for 9 years. And when I was at Community Law Center, we didn't take positions on bills like this, where there were community associations on both sides. So I own and live in a single-family detached dwelling in an R3 zoning district. I'm in strong support of this bill. I'm in strong support of density in Baltimore City. Housing is a basic human need and a fundamental human right. any choice to artificially limit housing supply, such as limiting areas to only single-family dwellings, should, in my opinion, require clear evidence that those limits protect public health and safety. And I was pretty immersed in the zoning code for a few years there, and I haven't seen any evidence to support these artificial restrictions on density, or anything to show that they do anything to protect public health and safety. And so for that reason, I'm in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Witt. Any questions for Ms. Witt? Again, hearing none. Are there any other, this is the last chance, because once I close public testimony, I'm not going to reopen it.
Okay, Becky has raised her hand again.
Oh,
was that an accident?
Sorry.
Okay. We have one last hand that has been raised. James Prost, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Prost?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to this bill. I think the unintended consequences of this have not been evaluated. I have written testimony, which I've submitted. I'd just like to basically say there's so much speculation from Wall Street and other investors in Baltimore City, and you're going to remove all the guardrails, and the poor black person who has purchased a home in Baltimore City, a single-family home, and wants to stay in his legacy home is going to be negatively impacted significantly by this with no control. So all the guardrails are gone, and we're going to have, as was discussed in the council, significant black displacement. As a result of that, we're going to destroy the single-family values that exist that people who have recently bought homes in Baltimore have. So I would be strongly opposed to it. Slow down the process, think it out, make sure you have proper guardrails, make sure that it addresses what you're trying to accomplish, which is affordable housing, not developer speculators. Nobody's going to provide low and moderate income housing if they're not required to. They're going to all try to optimize their value, and it's going to have terrible negative effects on Baltimore. We don't need this bill. It's not called for. It's not well thought out. I've worked in Calgary, I've worked in Edmonton, I've worked in Seattle. If you have a rich transit system and a growing population, then you can have this type of zoning change. But not in Baltimore City, not in this legacy city, not in the city that's been losing population and has serious problems regarding transportation, education, safety. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I do recall your written testimony, so thank you for appearing as well today. Okay, Ms. Audette.
There's no further hands raised.
Okay, I'm going to, I know the councilman may want to speak, and he should come up to do that if he still wishes. In the meantime, I am going to close the public testimony on the bill, and we'll, of course, have plenty of time, as much needed, for the commission discussion deliberation. Councilman, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thanks. I want to say thank you, Ryan Dorsey, City Council, District 3. I want to say so many words, and what I struggle with this bill, as with many other things, is where to begin and where to end. Because obviously we've heard so many different things that kind of address this from so many different angles. I think it's always important for me to start from a values perspective that exclusive single-family zoning is defined by the first word in that phrase, exclusive. And what we have is essentially 75% of the residentially zoned land in the city that can only exclusively be used for that purpose. And I see no place in a welcoming city for exclusion. And that is exclusion by design, by concept, from the very kind of advent of the idea of separating people on the basis of what type of housing can exist. It is the entire basis. I mean, and I say this, I don't know how to emphasize that that's simply a fact. It is the entire basis of residential segregation of zoning. And that when we think about the additional legacy of racist practices and systems, systems of disadvantage, of redlining, of covenants, of selective showing of housing by realtors, these other things, these things all came after the fact that a system was already established by zoning specifically to segregate. And I have to root my thoughts there every time, because I just don't think that we can grow as a city as sort of fruit of the poison tree, that this system is still poisoned from its very conception. My staff member, Sumner, took notes from the whole last hearing of all the kind of things that I could stand up here and like say, so I heard this, and here's actually what I think. And I took more of those notes today and thought, I don't want to take up everybody's time, and I don't presume to lecture folks on the facts of the matter. But there are a couple of things that I think are worth noting. When people say to me, I didn't ask for this, what I'm reminded of is that I've spoken to hundreds and thousands of people about what they want as the ends. And I've looked at the proposals for means to achieve those ends. And this is what I think is a necessary but small part of the means to achieve those ends where anybody who wants to live in Baltimore can live in Baltimore. Anybody who wants to live in Baltimore can live in the neighborhood of their choice and can live there at a price that they can afford. That our neighborhoods can be diverse and that they can thrive in their ability to support local businesses and local jobs that can only come from not just a dense population, but a mixed population that cannot exist if our housing is a one-size-fits-all solution, if our neighborhoods are intent on only catering to the people who own or want to own or can own a home. And then that brings me to the point of this assertion that this is like American dream kind of destiny, that all shall own a home and all shall want to own a home and that all do want to own a home, or that renters are merely transient. How can we possibly believe that 51% of the population of Baltimore City is just passing through? This is just factually absurd. 51% of the residents of this city are renters, and they are as equally important to this city's lifeblood and backbone as anybody else who has the privilege of home ownership. I own a home, not because I want to, but because the scarcity of housing and the economics of rent are such that I would have to pay twice as much to rent a home as what I pay to own it. I would love for there to be so sufficient supply of housing that my choice were equal between home ownership and home rentership, because I would love for somebody else to mow the lawn. Or frankly, for there not to be a lawn and there just to be native pollinators everywhere. I would love for somebody else to be responsible for the caulking around the windows that I'm paying somebody to do right now. I would love for somebody else to be responsible for the roof. I have a yoga instructor who owns a home on Deep Dean Avenue in Roland Park and wants to sell that home and downsize into and move into something that is affordable as a rental unit, and no such thing exists that meets her needs. And so I say that not everybody wants to own a home, and that there's no reason that people should be pushed or socially engineered into home ownership simply because it is the cheaper option. Nor do I think that it is always this kind of windfall of wealth building that it is so often asserted to be, that I have to continuously put money into my home, and that I should hinge my long-term financial well-being on me one day selling that house, presumably to move to some area that has some place that I can afford for just long enough until I'm dead after I retire, is just like an absurd way of looking at something that I see, as Becky said, as a fundamental human right, housing as something merely a commodity that I have to rely on, as if we can't make housing affordable enough that I can accrue wealth over time. There's so much I want to say about this bill and this idea. This idea of unintended consequences, or that it's not well thought out. We are seeing the unintended consequences of exclusive single-family zoning, the scarcity of housing that it makes. We're seeing the unintended consequence of the rental market being so much higher and so much less able to grow because of the constraints of where any of it can grow at all. We are also seeing the intended consequences of those people there and us over here. I love the idea of an affordability mandate on top of by right allowance. I heard you can't achieve affordability without an affordability mandate. I also heard that the places that do this say you can build 4 units by right, and if you build 1 affordable unit, you can have 8 units. And if you build 2 affordable units, you can have 12. Great. If that's where we want to go, I'm all in for it. But what I think we have here is, I was recently referred to in a publication as cynical. For you, John referred to me as cynical for a completely different reason about a week ago. But I was referred to as cynical for using the word modest to describe this proposal. And as Becky said in her testimony, I cannot find how our zoning laws are rooted in public health, public safety, or the general public welfare, only in the preferences of certain people and some interests. And that I frankly think throw out zoning for all but, the most important things, like put the industrial toxins over there away from where they're going to harm people, which is where all of this zoning started, and allow things to operate organically. But short of throwing out virtually the whole thing, I think that simply allowing for 4 units is an extremely modest proposal to take us in the kind of direction. The last thing I'll say is that I have been talking about this for a long time with a lot of people and listening for a long time to a lot of people. When I began talking with Council President Cohen about this, he said, show me what are the other places that have made these kinds of changes. And one of the places that I referred to was Austin has made some changes, particularly around the ability to subdivide lots and build multiple houses on lots that could only previously have 1 home on them. And how 1 year after making these changes to allow greater housing supply creation, they had bucked the national trend very significantly in terms of reversing the trend of rents skyrocketing upward. They had actually gone down. And his response was, yeah, but Austin is still wildly unaffordable. My brother lives there. I know, I hear about it. Realtor.com recently reported that Austin is now the most affordable housing market in the country. And when I said to him, initially my response was, yes, they've made this change. Yes, they've reversed the trend, but still it's the beginning of a long, long, long pattern of supply constraint. And so when I heard earlier also about how other cities are displacing people while also producing small high rent units, we have an absolute demand for a huge number of small units, and our housing supply is the exact inverse. We have 3 times as many large dwellings as we have small dwellings in this city, and 3 times the demand for small dwellings as we have for large dwellings. Our supply and demand could not be more mismatched. But what's happening is we are still not producing at a rate sufficient to reverse that trend of the rents continuing to be sky high. The market demand is still extremely high, and that cannot be corrected until we start to produce in a sufficient supply to reverse that kind of continuously. And so the places that are still seeing production are still not seeing nearly enough production, because we need to go further and do this along with all the other things that we're doing around vacancy abatement. You know, again, this is just one part of the puzzle. There's no reasonable person who would say that this is some sort of panacea, some sort of silver bullet, but that it's a new tool that we need in the bucket in order to correct this, the course of things. So thank you for allowing me this extended time.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you for your leadership of the Land Use Committee and your service. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Are there questions or any discussion for the councilman?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks, Todd.
Go ahead, Commissioner. You have a question for? I do. Yeah, please.
Yeah. I don't know that anybody really can pin down the specific benefits or negatives. So
it's hard to hear you, Jug. I'm sorry.
I've got my mic on. That's better.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just not sure that we have, going into this hearing, the information that we need, that we could predict the outcome. So I found myself thinking, you know, you've described a really good vision of what constitutes success for the program in terms of housing affordability, people being able to live in neighborhoods where they want to live, and so on. You just recited all that. It was good.
Waxing.
However, I don't know, I mean, how do you measure this? How do you capture those changes in a way that it can be understood? Because right now, I was, when you presented to Mount Washington, you threw out a number of maybe 44 conversions, which didn't seem threatening at all. It seemed okay. Seems reasonable assumption. But you don't know that, and neither do I. And no one will know until this bill is actually turned into law and we have some time to watch it happen. So I'm just asking you, how would you capture that data? How would you use that data to validate your assumptions? Or how could other people use that data to propose refinements?
I'm sorry, can you clarify that data?
The data that would constitute success for this legislation. Whether it's more people living in neighborhoods, more kids in schools, a reduced cost of housing. There's all kinds of metrics. But there's been nothing in your proposal to say we need to capture this data. So how does anybody know what the outcome can be?
Well, I don't think that anybody disputes that we need to grow as a city.
Right.
And so growth as a city at a higher rate than we have been, we've not been growing, right? We've not been growing despite a researched, reported demand to grow, right? We could be growing the city by at minimum 5,300 households annually. This is the report, this is the information that we have. And that the only thing that is standing in the way of that is insufficient supply of housing. I think we heard, earlier that like people didn't leave Baltimore because of insufficient supply. They left because of drugs and schools and crime and density. When in fact, no, they left because the GI Bill created the opportunity for white flight immediately post World War II, which spurred a mass influx of outward migration from the city. That's what started it all, and now we're at a place where we could actually be growing the city's population.
And how would we know without data?
Well, I mean, we will have data, right? I mean, if the population grows, we will have that data. One thing that I think we can easily track is issuance of permits, right?
Good.
So if we have a demand for 5,300 households per year, or that, and that's the floor, right? The ceiling is, I think, 6,700 is what's reported. And if I can recall these numbers correctly, 5 years ago we had, I think it was 3,400 permits for new housing. The next year, I think we had 3,900 permits for new housing. And the next year, we were back at 34. I'm looking at this. But then we went down to like 2,400 and then 1,900. And then last year, there were only 1,000 permits issued for new housing. Now, say nothing of the challenge of the permitting system. That's a notable application decrease, right? So we've been trending in the wrong direction relative to it. And I think that part of that is probably because there isn't enough opportunity to kind of build a diverse range of housing that people would even be able to apply for permits for in the first place. So I think that if we saw a notable uptick in permits and we were able to track what those permits are for specifically, I would think that that's a reasonable way of tracking things.
Couldn't we also, using information from building permits, identify the number of new rental units being proposed in our neighborhoods? Of course we could.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good.
Yeah.
And we would be able to tell, using our maps, where this data is sort of either hot spots or places where it's not having an impact, so that we could make this legislation function more effectively once we knew how it was turning out.
Well, okay, but more effectively, I think,
which is
I think assumes that like a little bit of improvement is not improvement enough, right? I do think that a little bit of improvement is improvement enough,
right?
And so if the suggestion is we should do something that goes even further than this, sure, I'm all for it. But I think that what we've got here is at least a minimum that will take us a little bit in the right direction.
Well, I think both the proponents, the advocates, and the people in opposition to this would all benefit from data collection and analysis so that we could know. It would be, we all want the city to grow.
Sure, we can analyze the data after the fact once the effects of the bill have been.
That's very important.
Or we can look at the data that we already have today.
Here's another question for you,
But we do have data today that I think that reasonable projections can be made from.
I want the real data as a result of the changes, not projections.
I can't wait for the change to happen so that we have that data.
So I haven't, in all of the presentations I've heard you give here, Mount Washington, here twice, I still haven't heard any single compelling reason to go to 4 units. And I still haven't heard how we can get around the lack of notification to neighbors who may suddenly have a 4-unit building as of right being developed. And so what's your response to all these communities all over this map who are saying, well, how do I know if I'm going to have a 4-unit apartment building next to me? And then why 4? If your point was we really want to help benefit our homeowners in this town by making it easier and less stressful, I guess, to make a change to their home to accommodate grandma or the kid who can't move out of the home or whatever, or just have additional income so that you can stay in place, which are all good reasons. Where would 3 units or 4 units come into play in those scenarios? I'm really struggling because when you spoke to Mount Washington, you really sort of underplayed the 4-unit aspect of this. So this is your chance. Why 3 to 4?
Well, fundamentally, because I don't think that there's anything wrong with 10 or 20, and that reasonable people can disagree, and that I think 4 is a modest in-between proposal, and that there's no reason why I think people should be limited to only 2, only for the circumstance where somebody might want to have their in-law or mother or grandmother move in with them or another family member, that I think it's perfectly reasonable that there should be 3 or 4 units. And I don't think that my ownership of this house has anything to do with my ability to determine what's allowed to happen at the house next door to me. That I buy the home that I live in, I don't buy the right to dictate what happens next door to me.
Well, there it is. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready to? Thanks.
Although, but I have a question / comment. Well, what's your pleasure, Mr. Chair?
You certainly can make your question / comment.
Well, to address where Commissioner McCoach is going with the study, I mean, I am interested in studying. I have some thoughts, and one of the things I want to capture as a success at some level, see if it's going well, which I think it will improve somewhat, is income inequality in neighborhoods. So areas of opportunity will have more diversity of income and class. Like I think it's still Baltimore's biggest shame in the past decade or two that we were dead last in economic mobility for young black men or boys across the country. And so this is, like I think the councilman said, one tool to allow, maybe you have an ADU in an opportunity area, so you have a mother and her son, or one single parent and a child. So that's one data point. But I guess broadly, I want to talk about the study. And to that point, I think you sort of touched on it, but didn't mention the voucher data that you presented in 2022 that showed, and so I don't know if you have any more information or data at the top of your head about the housing choice voucher wait list that showed the overwhelming majority wanted a studio or 1-bedroom unit. Do you have more?
Yeah, I mean, the overwhelming majority of people at the lowest income spectrum, people who have often waited a decade or more in order to get that housing choice voucher, overwhelmingly are seeking 1-bedroom units.
Sure.
And what we know, again, about, and they outnumber people seeking 3-bedroom units 3 to 1. And we know that the housing supply of the city is the inverse of that we have 3 times as many 3-bedroom dwellings as 1-bedroom dwellings. And so our supply and demand are completely mismatched from one another. And there was something said earlier about kind of the closed system of housing or something like this, and how we're not talking about a net gain. But, well, that's just factually inaccurate, right? Like, okay, maybe we call it a net neutral. If I've got 2 people, 2 households that are occupying whole single-family homes, but want to downsize to something, they're owning and living in these single-family homes because it's the thing that's available in the neighborhood that they want to live in, but they would love to live in that neighborhood in something else smaller, if that neighborhood allowed such a thing to exist at all. By converting one place into 2 smaller units, and you get these 2 people now living, these 2 households living in this one structure, we've got a net gain there of a house coming on the market. And if I have 3 units in there, I've got a net gain of 2 new houses coming onto the market available for home ownership or for people who are going to rent single-family detached homes. We also heard about like investor purchasing of homes. There is no world in which that gets better if we continue to constrain the availability of housing, right? People invest in products and goods and commodities whose value they can rely on to go up. And if we continue to constrain the ability to create housing, then people will continue to invest more and more and more in buying our single-family homes in the way that, is already happening to some degree. The only way to stave that from even taking off even further is to increase the supply such that it is not such an overwhelmingly beneficial gain to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, one more data point. I think it's sort of germane to this, though. Is the number of homes that could even have the 3 or 4 units based on the floor area, which I think does sort of get to what Commissioner Coach was concerned about, was that there could be so many with 4, and
Yes, I have that.
I don't think it's
Nick
empirically
O'Gara
true.
in the back is to thank for that. Thank you, Nick. Nick made a tool for us to be able to sort all of the properties in the city on a map and on a data display, a dashboard, to be able to sort by zoning districts, select ones and not select others, and then to also set parameters separately for gross floor area of the structures versus the lot size of properties and things like that. So out of 213,000 R1 through R8 properties in the city.
Okay.
Only 4.9, so less than 2%, are between 2,250 and 2,999, the threshold for allowing 3 units. And 7.5%, so about 3%, would be allowed 4 units.
But everyone would be allowed 2.
That's right.
Which would be awesome.
Yeah, everybody, well, not everybody, no, because there's still, I didn't even pull the data point for ones that are smaller than 1,500 square feet, but that's the threshold, is 1,500 square feet. And there are substantial numbers of properties in the city. For example, virtually nothing in the Bel Air Edison community is 1,500 square feet. Most of them are 1,350 square feet. Occasionally you have an end unit that has like a little bit more square footage to it, and that one is like 1,520 square feet. It just barely ekes it out.
So, Councilman, you've effectively put those numbers in the record, so I think we heard them, and they came from our own planning department, so I'm assuming they're correct. I would like to get them in due course, because I think they're interesting. I don't think we need to go spend time on them beyond what you've just said, because I think you're just telling us what the planning department has said, which I accept. But I think those are important numbers, because it does tend to help you predict a little bit the extent to which, for people who are more concerned about 3 and 4 units, what's the likelihood of those happening based upon the 750 square foot of gross floor area. So that I'm just making that note, if I may.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have something else? Okay.
You don't want me to talk more?
Well, you certainly may. Can we just stick around, if you can?
I got 40 minutes.
All right, fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think what I'd like to do is to have some people talk a little bit about this, debate as you see fit. The one thing I will tell you is, regardless of what we recommend, assuming that we recommend something other than don't do anything at all whatsoever, I have prepared an amendment to specifically require a study, which I think intuitively we've gotten to. I think Commissioner McCoach even mentioned it last time. I'll just read it to you now, and it doesn't have to be these words, but I mean, also I don't want to, wordsmith every bit of this if possible. But what I said in my proposed amendment, which I will make at an appropriate time to go with whatever other substantive recommendation the commission decides upon. Mine says within 3 years of the effective date of this ordinance and within every 3 years thereafter, the Director of Planning and the Planning Commission shall conduct and present to the mayor and city council an evaluation of the effectiveness of this ordinance and recommend its continuance, modification, or termination. The evaluation report shall include, but need not be limited to, the number of structures which have been constructed or converted under this ordinance, the number of dwelling units each structure contains, the gross floor area of each dwelling unit, and the zoning district and neighborhood in which each structure is located. The Department of Housing and Community Development and the Department of Planning shall ensure that such data is collected to permit production and delivery of the required report. No pride of authorship. I'm sure it can be improved upon. And frankly, I don't. If we decide to do something like that, I'm also frankly perfectly comfortable with letting the council, sort that out when it becomes a hearing, because there'll be time between now and then to refine it. Because frankly, that's my first shot at data points, and I'll bet you there are other reasonable data points that someone who's thought about this a lot could think about. So I don't, and that's why I said including but not limited to, is I don't want to restrict anything. So I would like to see us include something like that in our, it's a recommendation. I mean, at the end of the day, what are we doing here? We're making a recommendation to the city council about what we think it ought to do with respect to this ordinance, and I think whatever we're going to recommend, we're going to get to it in due course. I would also recommend there be a study period. Here's one version of the study period. Obviously, the council can take that, reject it, tweak it, improve upon it, but I will be making that proposed amendment here, and we'll see where it goes. So with that, I'd like to hear from folks about, here's what we'll do. I'd like to sort of go around. I'll start with you, Commissioner Jolin, just sort of hear where people are on this. I would like to avoid like motions and counter motions and competing motions. Let's just have a discussion. If there's a sense, even by sort of straw vote or by clear impression that there's a particular direction, I'd like that to be the motion. If you don't agree with it, you can vote against it. But I don't want to have like a motion that passes and then another, et cetera, et cetera. It's just going to be sort of extra process for no reason. So hopefully we can get there based upon the discussion. But I will start with you, Commissioner Joel.
Excellent, thank you. I have 4 points that I would like to address on this. First, starting off with thinking about the amount of vacant housing we have, and it's been suggested a few times to say, well, let's just do this policy to those vacant housing. And my immediate challenge is we all know where all those vacant houses are and what neighborhoods they're in. And that is a very specific reflection of what we do not want to do in the future. And so that's what I'm going to say about that specific comment that was brought up multiple times. When it comes to the future generations of owning homes, Live Baltimore, we respect and love very much in their data they put out. People who are moving to Baltimore, 67% of them are looking for rentals. That's what they want. That's what they're looking for. That's a fact. I understand. I am a homeowner in Baltimore City, and that's my next point, and I'm going to do a personal statement here. So I live in Better Waverly. I've lived there for 10 years. A lot of Better Waverly's housing on Gorsuch. You can see where I live. It's public record. That when I bought my home 10 years ago, most of those homes were 3,000 square feet or bigger, and they were all vacant. A lot of them have been subdivided into rental units, and my neighborhood has completely changed in the last 10 years. And I cannot imagine saying that I did not want my neighbors to live in my neighborhood. And they would not have been able to if not for the fact that this happened. So on top of that, I understand that we have a huge gap in our middle market housing, which is not single family and not high rise. It's everything in between currently in Baltimore City, which is what this is trying to address. And the middle market housing for these rentals, especially in Better Waverly, they're $800 a month on the higher side, $650 for people. And those rates for what somebody's looking for in a one-bedroom apartment is affordable. It's not people who have to sit and search and go through the AMIs. It's people who are moving here that are right outside, that are in the middle market housing. It's really important. Better Waverly, specifically in my neighborhood, has completely benefited from the change and the feel of where I've been living for the past 10 years. And so the final point that I wanted to bring up with you, Doug, is the 3 and 4 units. I think it was really helpful to hear how many houses that would be, right? It's a very small percentage, because I know there's back and forth of maybe we should just do 2 units. Why 4? Why not 12? I think with the amount of square footage we're saying that can happen, you know what? I think this is great. I don't want to change it to 2. I want to keep it exactly the way it is. Let's do this. Let's do the data. Let's reevaluate. Let's see, how is this changing us in better ways? Let's come together again. I mean, I'm still going to be here. And let's talk about it when we see how the change in neighborhood and how it affects us.
Just trying to think of where to start. Kind of like Councilman Dorsey, too.
You don't have as much time as Councilman.
That's fair. I'll hold court. I guess, well, to give him credit and to address the assertion people have raised about this as being rushed and pushed through, just note, and I want to recognize Councilman Dorsey's long advocacy for this in a bill that was in 2022 that this commission heard, that this has been a 5 or now 6-year process on this bill, and obviously conversations have been going on longer about how to reform zoning. And I also take umbrage, some commenter mentioned, sort of, I think, dissing the planning commission about not being creative to think about solutions. But I will say that it's, Councilman Dorsey was creative in thinking through how to put a policy together that would move the needle forward a little bit. And so I am certainly welcome and interested in any policy that comes to me that people have that would move the needle, make things more affordable and do the things that we want to do to improve the city. So that's the first one. I also am trying to articulate my umbrage about the renter versus homeowner discourse that we were hearing, recognizing it's probably from a well-intended place that homeownership is sort of been the American ideal, but I think people forget, like even the mayor himself was a renter until 2 years ago. As a law firm partner, I was also a renter because I had a bunch of student loan debt, and that we should be thinking about the concerns people have, which I think they really mean that they don't want transient people who aren't good neighbors, and that the issue there is neighborhood stability and that there's less tenure. And so that's where, as opposed to renter versus homeowner, we should be thinking and having the discourse on that. And I believe the true enemies of neighborhood stability in that case are residential turnover and poor property management, which are things we can address through other tools, like code enforcement. The engagement piece, I think we addressed. It's been 5 years. I've been to multiple I've participated in town halls, most recently on this specific bill, and I've been talking to constituents for my time in public office and also, or in city hall and public service, and then also as a private development attorney. And I do take some umbrage on people asserting that we haven't gotten the community's input. We definitely need to be thoughtful, and that's sort of like the equity lens of thinking about what communities are, and people who don't normally have access to the process are thinking and what their concerns are. We've certainly heard many concerns from people, and they have not been shy about sharing them. But the community is not just the 50 or 75 people who submitted letters to us and come and present. And I do appreciate the time people online have taken. And I do appreciate, I think it was Ms. Floyd even making the point that it's taking many hours of her time and stress of advocacy, and I appreciate that. But also there's many people who don't have that same benefit of luxury to take time off work. The senior on a fixed income, the teacher who's working, and people who aren't living in Baltimore yet who would call Baltimore home if legislation maybe makes it a little bit easier to have more homes in place. And we don't conduct zoning policy or any legislation by plebiscite. We have processes in place to take concerns seriously. The other couple of pieces that I had notes on before were the displacement piece too, which I've heard concerns. I think people are kind of throwing stuff at the wall who are opposed to this because they're worried about displacement, but it's not clear if it's renters versus homeowners. But I wrote down 5 or 6 tax credits for homeowners, like the homeowners tax credit, homestead tax credit, targeted homeowners tax credit. We have, the city supplemented the homeowners tax credit for seniors on low income to keep them in place. There are many tools in place. We have a renter's tax credit that is not as lucrative for renters, but we don't, so we have many policies in place to protect them, and we can do more, but that we kind of overlook those things that are in place. And then the last one is on just the process in place, status quo now. This is an assertion that this is a developer-friendly bill. But again, I think one of the people in support made the point, which I would agree with as a former land use attorney, is that the developers who can game the system now are the ones who benefit from the status quo, and they are not the ones calling for this legislation. It is someone like Councilman Dorsey who has come in and been thoughtful about how to promote policy from a very far left perspective to make it happen. It's not the development community coming with this legislation. And so those are my general thoughts. And I do also recognize and appreciate that when we interviewed Tim Keene, he made the point about Calgary having 12 units. And so that was sort of like, that there is a higher threshold or policy push across the country, North America, to have more units. So that even more solidifies in my mind that 4 is a modest step. And especially given how sort of arbitrary it's clear that bulk and yard standards are, it's like sort of say, okay, 4 is a modest approach at the higher end, but even then, as we just heard, there won't be that many that could be possibly open up for 4 units. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Griffin?
Thank you. I would just sort of start, a lot of some of the comments I was going to speak to were comments, or were in answer to comments that were made by people who oppose the legislation or the ordinance or our recommendation. And Councilmember Dorsey really hit on a lot of my points, but I do want to say that we keep talking about we want population growth in Baltimore City. We need population growth. We have to get population growth. We cannot grow this city without becoming more dense, without density. And we cannot become a more dense city if we don't provide housing that allows it for a dense city. Currently, we don't have housing that allows for a dense city. You heard Councilmember Dorsey talk about the lack of housing for people who want 1 or 2 bedroom apartment units. They aren't available, not for the amount of people that want to come here. And someone commented on the fact that the population that people are leaving Baltimore in droves because of other things besides, they're not leaving because of a lack of housing. No, but a lot of them are leaving or not coming here because of a lack of the kind of housing that they can either afford or want. I happen to live, again, on a personal note, I live in a 6,500 square foot home in Mount Vernon, which I own. But I also share that home with 4 neighbors. And I cannot imagine living in a home I love that home. I love my neighborhood. I've been there 20 years. I can't imagine not living in that neighborhood. It is a neighborhood because of the housing stock that has a lot of renters, and it's a wonderful, diverse neighborhood. People are vested in that neighborhood. They love that neighborhood. There's other neighborhoods that could benefit from the sort of kind of housing stock that's been allowed to happen in Mount Vernon. There are some lovely single-family homes in Mount Vernon. I have many friends who live in those single-family homes in Mount Vernon, but they are literally between 5,000 and 6,000 square feet. There are very few people who want to live in that size of a home. And on that note, I think that, and just the other point that Councilmember Dorsey said, the zoning that we are trying to change, I don't understand how people or someone thought this would exacerbate redlining. Though the zoning law that we're trying to change was only a tool, that was one of the biggest tools used to redline. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Believe it or not, I don't have that much to add. I want to thank Director Keene. Your points at the top were very poignant. Councilman Dorsey made a lot of my points. I want to thank Commissioner Jolin for raising the issue of why we can't just do this in the Black Butterfly, where the majority of the vacant building notices are. The one thing I would like to say, Mr. Chair, I would be friendly to your amendment. I would ask that affordability be one of the specific measures, specific metrics that we measure. And that's really it. I don't have much more to add.
Councilman, sorry.
Thank you so much. I will just say I don't have a whole lot to add, similar to Vice Chair. I also am accepting and supportive of that amendment, especially a piece about affordability. But I will also say it's very auspicious that item number 4 today really proves our point. 1425 West Fayette Street. This was a no-brainer that we were able to pass today, but it speaks to one of the challenges I've dealt with the close to 10 years I've been on the council. And we talk about disinvested neighborhoods, redline neighborhoods, and neighborhoods that I represent. And we spend so much of our time doing these bills, which, might I add, is also reflective of some of the pushback that we've seen as we try to push for policy improvements. If you look at Transform Baltimore, some have talked about Transform Baltimore taking years. Well, in Transform Baltimore, the conversion process was actually taken out but put back in for political reasons as well. I try not to be parochial about this, but at the same time, not only do I represent these communities, most of you know I'm trained as a city planner. You know that I'm a professor and I teach around some of the changes, demographic changes that have happened in our city and across the country. We look at the history of white flight that has happened in Baltimore and other cities. We look at the issue of restrictive covenants and what's happened. And so the heavy weight that's borne by many of our communities. At the same time, we can look at the existing housing stock. And we know that we've had some housing stock that's been demolished. We have some that's been new construction. But please understand that Baltimore's high population point in 1950 was 950,000 people. So when we talk about density and we talk about growing the city and we talk about our tax base, we have to be honest about all those kinds of things. I do agree we have to also look at the data as this goes forward. But again, I think this is a step in the right direction. There are ways that we can look at this and say if it needs to be tweaked, we can tweak it. But again, we can't just sit still. Thank you.
Thanks, that was good. I'll try and bring it home really quickly because I've taken enough time. So first of all, let me just go on the record as saying I support my comments about Northeast Baltimore. My family's lived there 4 generations, and we loved it. And it is a solid community, and I don't want to see that change, and it should be available for everyone, as Councilman says. So what I also support is more people in neighborhoods and more kids in schools. And the only way to get that is to add population. It's a no-brainer. I support this bill with qualifications. I think that my first critical thing was knowing that we're going into this without information to build a machine that we can actually use to gather data so that in 3 years, 3 years is a good period of time, we'll be able to make choices. We'll be able to say, you know what, let's turn this up in West Baltimore. Let's sort of find a way to modify it slightly if it's not achieving what we want. That's all, and that should be something both opponents and proponents should be able to support. It allows us as planners to do what we do, which is provide good information to determine public policy. And as far as the issue of 2 units versus 4, I hear folks, and I don't think that the 4-unit conversion issue is gonna, well, the numbers will tell us. But at the same time, I think that I can go in all these neighborhoods and I can see building stock, which is obsolete and dangerous. And if it turns out that house in Mount Washington that I'm very familiar with, which is condemned, turns out that, that's a purchase price of what, $50,000 maybe, and suddenly you're talking about a viable redevelopment project that helps the community. And that's great. We want more of that. So again, I think that there are opportunities for this bill to be really impactful in a positive way. I would be completely in favor of it if there's a way to provide transparency to neighbors and to communities about potential changes on their street. The maps that you put up, which were great maps when we looked at Northwest Baltimore, those streets, multiple streets, three vacant lots, 4 vacant lots. While I don't think it's going to happen overnight, I think change will be gradual. I do think that you are potentially changing the character of neighborhoods. Maybe it can be for the best, as your illustration points out, but maybe not so good. So again, collect the data, move forward. I know that we're only a recommending body to City Council, and I put it in the hands of the council people to do the right thing.
Thanks. So I just have a couple quick things to add, and then I want to try and bring this to a vote. Everybody agrees, I think, that we need to grow. We've talked about that as a theme for this commission, for this director, for the city, for the council, for the mayor. I mean, I can't imagine anybody disagrees that we need to grow. And I frankly don't think anybody really disagrees that we need more housing options, more opportunity, more density, more affordability. I mean, it's sort of easy to say those things. question is, how do you get there? Those 2 hours ago, I don't remember, I asked the director who was standing there, I said, you've been to all these places, what do you think? And his response was he thought 4 units was a reasonable thing to do, and that it was within, range of other places. In fact, less than some other places, significantly less than some other places. The commission was very involved in identifying Director Keene as a candidate. I am excited to have him here. In the 4 weeks that he's been here, I think he's made an enormous impression, has brought fresh perspective, and I value what he says. I mean, I need advice. I know some things, and we all know some things, but I need advice from professionals, and I don't think there's anyone who knows more about it than Director Keene. And I worry a little bit, that we run the risk of falling into the "that won't work in Baltimore" trope, which we hear a lot in different contexts. And I think the solution to deal with that is to try more stuff, to do more things, to listen to people from other places about other ideas, and to implement them, and hopefully, and see what happens. And that's why I want to support this. That's why I think the idea of a study means a lot to me. I think there has to be some sense of data and tracking it. But there are too many opportunities in this city for these conversions. We see them all the time. And there are too many opportunities, if you just look at the building stock, and Commissioner Griffin mentioned Mount Vernon, for conversions that are 2, 3, or 4 units that are not uncontrolled. You don't get to pick 4 because you like it more than 2. You get to pick 4 because you have big enough building to do it according to the standards. And a lot of those buildings, not all of them, but a lot of them can't be utilized, as I said earlier in I think the question to the lady who I think is still here, thank you. What are we going to do with these buildings? You can't convert them into single family. I lost my microphone. Are we off? Here we go. You can't convert them to single family homes. We can't leave them the way they are. I mean, what is the point about, what are we trying to do here? We're trying to redevelop these structures, and we're trying to address all these other policy goals at the same time. And I'm afraid that if we don't allow, with a mathematical calculation, some rational thinking about what you can put in these different houses, if we don't do that, to me, we're leaving density on the table. We're unnecessarily leaving density on the table and leaving growth on the table at a time when everybody agrees that we need density and growth. So I don't know if this is the perfect solution. I'm made more comfortable by the fact that I'm trying to think of a better contrary example. There are plenty out there that if we do this tomorrow, this thing happens. That's not happening here. This is not an immediate thing. This is a process. And there will be opportunities to evaluate it if we pass and if the council is willing to adopt the study. And I've said this before about, I think, the bulk and yard bill. We're not amending the Constitution here. We are going to change this in the hopes of stimulating growth and seeing if we can make something happen by a progressive land use policy. And if for some reason it turns out that needs to be tweaked in one way or another, there are 14 council members and a president and a mayor. And by the way, the Planning Commission has the ability to ask for legislation to be introduced too, and we'll be keeping an eye on it. So, we got to try. And I wouldn't say I wouldn't say you got to try anything, because if it was a crazy idea, that principle doesn't apply. But I've become convinced by listening to people, by listening to our director, by the research that I've been doing, that this is a reasonable idea to try under the circumstances, and therefore I want to support it. So that's my position. What I would suggest we do here, and due respect to Commissioner McCoach, who seems to be a little bit of not a dissenting voice, but you have a little bit of a different perspective. I'm going to make a motion to approve the bill in its form, for us to recommend approval of the bill in its form as drafted. As expected, I'm going to add to it my recommendation for a study. I'm going to pause for a minute and just see if anybody has any particular things they think should be in our motion regarding the study. Affordability, perfectly reasonable. If you have another, let's get it in there. But I also think, frankly, the councilman who's chair of land use is here, the planning director is here, he's going to be testifying. If people like the idea of a study, and I really hope they do, we will figure out what 3 or 4 or 7 or 12 metrics belong in that study. I don't think we have to agonize over it sitting here. But if there's an obvious one, affordability is totally reasonable. We should put it in our motion so it's included in the paperwork and it's included in what goes to the council. So let me pause and ask, are there other super obvious, like we really should include this? Because I'll just wrap it into the motion and then we can vote on it. If not, it would be the amendment I read earlier, which I would add, of course, the affordability to. Anyone?
I mentioned the income inequality measure, if there's and I don't know the specific way to do it, but the big picture of by a census district or neighborhood or whatever makes sense to have diversity of income measured.
Well, let me make this suggestion, Director. Can we, like I said, I mean, we know the folks who are involved, as Councilman Bullock himself, of course, is going to be involved in this. Why don't we assume that, and I haven't spent time with the planning department on this motion, right? This is my motion. So why don't we assume, let's go ahead with what I've drafted plus affordability, because we know exactly what that is. And then the director can work with his staff and we can sit around and brainstorm what else might be added. And that can be conveyed through Councilman Bullock, through Chair Dorsey. My guess is if they're good and reasonable ideas, they'll get adopted, assuming the whole idea of a study is adopted, because once you do that, there are just things that are going to make sense to include. So that would be my preference. So again, for purposes of proceeding, it's to move approval of the bill with the amendment that I read earlier, but adding in as one of the metrics affordability. And that would be my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Just to briefly, and to address Commissioner McCoach's, I think, position, like 2 was where you were, and more than 2 was maybe something you'd want to slow down. I guess wanted to say I think that is a not an unreasonable approach. And I want people online listening. I know that was a position advocated by many people, and I want to validate it and say I hear the suggestion. Where I am, I'm still like, and I think that will achieve a lot of the aims, but I still am on I think let's go with the 4 and as a planning perspective.
John, you raised, I think you described it as a split the difference approach. That's totally not what my intention is.
Understood.
My intention is to find a mechanism to, share with communities the changes are coming in the place that they've invested in raising their kids. And it could be great, but they ought to know. It's not fair that they don't know. People have, committed all of their resources in these places, ought to know when there will be changes coming. That's all. It's not about the number.
Yeah.
So, maybe there's a way that we can do that through permitting, but I would have to rely on the department.
Well, I also think that, I don't think it's not going to make it into my motion today, but I would say that it's a reasonable question, and perhaps you can continue that conversation with our staff, with Councilman Bullock, your colleague on the commission, with Councilman Dorsey, because as we said, this is just a recommendation. The council and the committee is going to have to make a final decision, and I'm sure that if there are constructive suggestions that occur to us, people will listen to them as long as they're constructive, and then they're subject to a vote of the committee, vote of the council, et cetera. Okay, so are there any other comments? If not, I'm going to call for a roll call vote on my motion. Seeing none? Okay. Mr. Tiso, roll call, please.
I believe Commissioner Allen is still with us.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is really unfortunate. Is Commissioner Allen been on this time? Because I assume she would have spoken up, but because we were just sort of rolling down the thing without really calling on people. And if she's on, yes.
I'm here, but there wasn't anything that was said that I couldn't have added anything to the discussion that was not already said, so.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I didn't want to take up the time.
Well,
because
you're
of that.
certainly, it's not taking up time, but, and I'm sorry for not formally acknowledging you.
No, I would have called you on it if it
Okay,
were.
yeah, I'm sure you
it
would
bothered
have.
me.
I'm sure you would have. All right, so I'm sorry, back to you for the roll call,
Yeah,
please.
very well then. Robin, can we have your vote, please?
Commissioner Allen?
I'm trying to think how to respond.
I'm sorry, we're just looking for your vote on the motion, I think, that's all.
Right. Okay, approve the motion. So that's with the suggested amendment, right?
Yes, ma'am, with the study amendment that I read earlier.
Right. Okay.
Thank
Yes, approve, of course.
you. John Bullock?
Approved.
Christine Griffin?
Approve.
Claudia Jolin?
Approve.
Doug McCoach?
Approve.
Justin Williams?
Approve.
Eric Stevenson?
Approve.
John Laria?
Approve.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very, very much for a good discussion about a very important issue. And thank you to everybody who has stuck it out in the audience or is still online. And obviously, the attention turns to the City Council's Land Use Committee and its schedule. I'm sure people will continue to remain engaged in that process. So I don't think, Ms. Tiso, anything else on the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting of the Planning Commission?
Motion to adjourn and get air conditioning in the CIP.
It's a CIP issue. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of adjournment,
Aye.
please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all very, very much.